كملنا عملوها النهارده دي.
Okay. No problem. Hello? Hello? Yes. Good. Very good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of our conference. My name is Mansour Buraik. I am archaeology specialist at Dubai Culture, and I'm happy to be with you here and to be the chair of the first session in our conference. The first speaker today will be Dr. Michel Digley. The talks will be about building number 1 at Tel Abraq, a unique structure in Southeast Arabia. Please, Dr. Michel.
Okay, so this morning I will try to provide an overview of this building that we think is unique in the region, and one of the reasons why we are presenting this is also to have a feedback, to see if you agree or if you have any suggestion for comparison and whatever. So, excavation at Tel Abraq were restarted by the Italian mission. Now we reached the 5th campaign, although the first one was a very short one. And you see that the nature of our excavation is extensive. We are not much into small trenches. Also because the complexity of the architecture at the site with its multiple phases, we think demands extensive, a wider vision to understand the layout of the structures. And even so, it is quite difficult, as some of you know, for direct experience. So far, we have clearly our excavation focuses on the northeastern part of the site, the one included in Al Kuwait territory. In the meantime, Sharjah authority has also carried out new excavation on the western side, which I covered because they are not published, so I cover the current results of their work. So far, even though the site is renowned for its long occupational sequence that starting to the second half of the 3rd millennium, we only hit the second half of the 2nd millennium deposits, and we just reached the earlier strata in 2 or 3 deep soundings. So actually what we will be looking today can be dated to what is generally referred to as the late Bronze Age. And it is becoming much more and more interesting also in light of the results that Lloyd Weeks showed us yesterday, and because you will see that when put together, this gives us really an impression of a flourishing period in the UAE, and not only, I would say. So that something quite substantial must have been there was evident at first sight. And anyway, just to be sure that we were not having false impression, we quickly realized a digital elevation model that that surveyor of the mission realized. And you can clearly see that there is an interruption in the expected conical shape of the mound. So that meant that something was acting like sort of a box, keeping sand from the natural erosion. And as soon as we started excavating in 2019, to our surprise, what was causing these anomalies was much more substantial than we expected. So here you see what the main phasing that we came up to actually after last campaign in 2023. We were able to reveal the complete original layout of the building, which was soon transformed and split into main room. So you see that originally it comprised a large hall with 2 entrances, and then we will see some details of this architecture and its features. And after being hit by a fire, which will be very relevant to our endeavor to get a reliable date for the building, after this fire, it's the palace, or I would call it palace. Then there has been an objection to that, but I think it's not a pointed issue now. So after a fire, it's the structure. It was restructured with the creation of a 2nd room, and probably the remaining part became an open area because we have evidence for that. So one thing that struck us, apart from the huge dimension of this building, as we will see in the next slide, was the peculiar technique that was used to build it. And also that this technique is something for which we don't know precise parallels. And it is very specific to the first phase of the palace, to the initial construction. And you see in the 4 slides on the left, I think you can appreciate these mortars that binds a mixture of wadi pebbles and beach rock slabs. And it looks like modern cement, as hard as modern cement, and I can tell you that it is actually as tenacious as modern cement. On the right side, you see that already when they built the second room, because these are the walls marked in yellow in the plan, they were already implying a different technique with a much less strong mortar and also a different plaster on the walls. Because you see in the central picture, this piece, in the central picture, you see that there is some plaster blackened by fire, and you see that it's really let's say polished, it's not the right word, while the plaster on the bottom right is a different kind, with more gypsum-based, with a less accurate finishing. That said, if we have a look at a little bit at the architecture of the palace, you can see that some of the features, some of the details of the original large hall. So you see that in this slide on the left, you can appreciate the original floor, now heavily dismantled, also by late huge pits, which will be referred to later because they kind of complicated our dating of the building. And you see that the walls are still standing to a quite substantial height. Actually, these are not even the highest one, because some of them reaches 1.7, 1.8 meters in elevation. You see that you can see in the top right also, again, the plaster that was covering the walls. We have evidence of multiple phases of plastering. And I think you can appreciate that it's all blackened, both the plaster and the original floor. Another striking characteristic, another striking feature is that all the perimeter walls of the original phase, also of the large hall, except maybe those facing the hill, which are anyway less preserved, all features these small ventilation slits or small windows, which recalls some features of traditional houses still until recent times. And again, we have no comparison, we know of no parallel for this, especially in this period, which we will specify shortly. This is just details of the original floor. Now is split into different rooms, but it belonged to the original large hall. You see that at one point, several postholes were cut through it. And what is interesting and somehow puzzling is that these postholes predate the accumulation of later sediments. Quite interesting are those larger pits, which are suggestive of possible seats for large jars. Even though we didn't find anyone in place, but the other thing is that those were also intentionally sealed with a very hard mix of clay and mortar. Now, some of the specific, let's say, features that we found, this we already illustrated on other occasions, is that the palace has two entrances on opposite directions, and the one to the east was provided with low steps, entrance steps, themselves plastered with this very, stone-hard mortar which covers all the walls. And we had the lucky chance to also find one door socket still in place. To this, we can add 2 or 3 displaced door sockets, among which this one is really interesting because it's still preserve the imprint of the bronze element that was placed at the bottom of the door jamb to facilitate its rotation. The opposite entrance, it has a different layout. It's framed by these two half pillars, let's say, into the walls, and then this would lead towards the remaining, the hill of Tel Abraq, let's say, the upper part of the hill. On this side of the site, excavation has just progressed in the last 10 days, up to 10 days ago. So we are trying to see how this relates with the upper part of the site, but we are not discussing this today because it's way too preliminary. These are just some view of the later room, just to show you even more clearly that the walls were made in a different way. In the central picture, you see that below this kind of buttress, there is an accumulation, a series of occupational levels, and then they build this buttress probably to provide support, strength to the wall. Because overall, throughout the site, we see that there were often problem of stability. In some cases also not affecting only the structures, but also the old stratigraphy, so there must be some kind of, let's say, tectonic, tentatively, event or issues that undermine the stability of the structure. And that's also why, throughout the site, we often find wall skins built one against the other, so the later against the earlier one to provide stability until they then gave up and abandoned the site. This is just another view. You see that this would be in front of the entrance, so room 1, that we call the northern part. And you see that on the back, you can see that the wall that is marked as 443 at one point was intentionally breached. And on top of that, we then start to find floors which go all the way from the now partially decommissioned building to the upper part of the, well, western, if not yet upper. And you can see a detail of the original floor, how thick it is, and I think it provides you an idea also of its solidity. Now, the new thing the new evidence that came out this year more clearly is that this building had much more humble, to say so, annex on the west, about which actually, I mean, we just figured it out 10 days ago. So it's just to show that the building is not finished there, although this might be just a sort of kind of vestibulus, I mean, opposite to the entrance, really. But, I mean, this wall, we know that it is tied to the foundation of the building, although it seems to be much less substantial. When it comes to dating this building, we actually finally achieved some more safe dates just after the last season, when we finally found some chart date sheets, which, being short-lived, provided us with more reliable indication. As you see in the top picture, you see this huge pit, which actually came all the way down from almost from the topsoil. This is not the unique case at the site. There are at least 3 or 4 of such huge pits, the function of which we don't know, because one could say they were quarrying stones, but no, this was found filled with the dismantled stones of the wall. And to destroy that wall would require a massive amount of a massive effort. I mean, unfortunately, one part of this room, you see the stratigraphy was largely compromised by later burrowing, later collapses, and also affected by the cutting of this huge pit. While on the other part, we can see a relatively nice, for pathological archaeology, a sequence where you have very hard-packed floors intercalated by anthropogenic accumulation. This served as a base for our pottery statistics, which anyway we will provide in the proceedings, but now we will just quickly mention the results, the general results. Also, you see that the thickness of the accumulation between one floor and the other are not so substantial, so we are not dealing with huge numbers of potsherds. So initially, we attempted to get 3 dates from the sediment just above the original floor, and we got contrasting results, as you see. The latest one, we obtained it from charcoal related to this meshed pot that you can see. I opened to the bottom left picture, and it started to, well, it looked more reliable and more consistent with the pottery we were finding. This was then confirmed last year when we reached this layer of substantial burnt matter just outside the western entrance of the building, where we found from SU 278 and 282, with post-dated, a date seed which cluster into the same dates in one. I mean, it's consistent with one of the dates we obtained on the other room. And then it's further confirmed by other samples we found in the succession of later floors. This will be modeled now in the coming weeks, so to see if we can get a narrower time frame for the construction and development of the building. On the southern side of the building, we then decided to dig a deep test trench to see if this fire event had left any trace in that area as well. So these are less substantial, so it seems that the fire mostly took place into inside the building and in this possible western annex. At the same time, there was still evidence for a fire, so we were lucky enough to collect another chart date seed, and you see that the date is quite consistent. So in light of this, okay, this is just a table to show you that we have several dates, as I said, will be processed, clearly giving priority and more solid, considering more reliable the one obtained by date seed. In the light of all of this, we can now quite safely say that this building was first constructed between 1400 and 1300. Then it depends how much time you want to consider elapsed between the construction and the fire. It might also be slightly earlier. Now, what are the objects and the archaeological materials we found associated with this building and with the successive floors? As I said, pottery is not too abundant, but we were also lucky to find some complete shapes, especially from that burn layer. Some, unfortunately, were not restored in time for this conference, but they are all belong to the coarse gritted ware, which is considered to be typical of the early Iron Age 1 and late Bronze Age. So this really fits with the chronology provided by the radiocarbon dates. Among the pottery related to this building were these 2 jars, which have already been published. And, well, I will not go into details now about the imagery, but they recall both South Mesopotamian on the top right or Elamite imagery, and the comparisons also for this trumpet-based shape fits the chronology between the 13th and the 12th century. And thanks to Lloyd Weeks pointed out to me a recent publication of a paper from Tommy Gavan, where they found in situ trumpet-based jars, and the date is 1250 to 1000. So it fits perfectly. What is interesting of these jars, okay, this is just some of the other objects that we found in the burn layer mainly, not so indicative. It's interesting that from all the heavily burn layer and deposit we have at the site, we keep finding a lot of stone tools. So we will see if this can mean anything. So after this, as I said, we now have a date. We have a technique. We have plans. We have the objects. And one suggestion that one could make, I mean, to give some of narrative, to say so, is that those seats that we saw through the pavement, through the regional floor, could be hosting those jars that we found, because we found two almost complete ones and several pieces, and with a frequency that is not mirrored in other area of the site. The point is, what was this building? We know of no parallels. I mean, a vague thought could be made, comparing it with the entrance gates of Muwayla, but it's completely another function. I mean, also the plan doesn't fit a different chronology, and this seems to be an isolated building. Even though we just recently discovered this annex, it doesn't seem to extend too much, to be much wider. So actually, we have now a series of solid data, but we are kind of still working for the interpretation. So one reason to show this today is also to ask for any opinion or suggestion from any of you, especially for the technique, probably more. If any of you has seen anything similar or as idea, it would be most welcome. So with this, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michel, for this interesting, really, presentations. The second speaker will be Dr. Malak Al-Ajwa. He will talk about Al-Falaj discoveries, digital engagement with Al Ain ancient water system. Please, I leave the floor for Dr. Al-Ajwa.
Good morning, everyone. Just a disclaimer, I'm not a doctor by any chance yet. No worries. Thank you for the opportunity. So good morning. On behalf of the Historic Environment Department, it's an honor for me today to share the remarkable journey of discovering Al Ain Aflaj system, a story of ancient ingenuity brought to life through modern innovation. Over the past 5 years, we have documented more than 60 Aflaj in 150 locations across Al Ain city. These systems, spanning from Iron Age to late Islamic period, not only sustained agriculture and settlement, but also have come to define the region's cultural and historical identity. Today, I will be discussing the significance of these discoveries, the advanced documentation techniques we have employed, and how we are transforming these efforts into a dynamic platform for public engagement. On the screen, you can see like a frame of Al Ain map, and in there we have highlighted in dots some of the locations of these discoveries. And there is a lot of them because most of these discoveries had been made by encountering the infrastructure development of the city. We have highlighted the 3 major zones. To the north of the photo up there, you have the Hili area, and in the center you have Katara and Jimmy, and towards the south you have the central district of Al Ain. So the discoveries are mostly concentrated in these 3 zones. Through these excavations, we have uncovered some fascinating examples of a number of different types of Aflaj. I won't be discussing all of them for today. However, it's worth mentioning that in the zone of the central district, where we have Al Ain Museum, and towards the south at the Hili, we have Misbah area. In these 2 areas, we have revealed Iron Age or pre-Islamic Aflaj repaired with elaborated brick vaults in the early Islamic period. And at Falaj al-Mazmi, which is in the Hili area as well, we have documented an 800-meter section of Iron Age Falaj that shows the ingenuity of these early engineers. In the photo on the screen, you have mapped plan on the right, which shows multiple of these Aflaj. We will be discussing one of these, which is the Iron Age one. And you have also a map, a screenshot of the current aerial image, which shows the spanning along the neighborhood for scale. And at the top, you have the Misbah al-Misbah photo of the Aflaj. And in here you have Al-Kuwaitat, which is in the central district of Al Ain. We identified layered Aflaj system that spans multiple historical periods, showcasing adaptation to environmental and societal changes. All of these photos are from this location. Documenting the Aflaj system is a complex but rewarding process. Our team combines the traditional archaeological methodologies with cutting-edge technologies to preserve and analyze this fragile structure. We have faced some quiet challenges during these 5 years. Mostly that we needed to find rapid solutions for collecting real-time monitoring and rapid documentation and validation of these results. The geometry and terrain of most of these locations were quite hard for like an ideal documentation situation, and in some cases, some security restrictions, which we couldn't use all of our equipment. So the innovative techniques we had been using are 3D scanning and photogrammetry for capturing high-resolution details of the shafts and tunnels, drone survey mapping for the extensive systems of the Aflaj, combined with total station surveys, and also in some cases we have gained interest of lead industry professionals for seeing to which extent the hardware could make this process easier or more rapid. So the mapping and conservation efforts ensure that even as the city evolves, the historical integrity of the Aflaj remains intact for the future study and preservation, because these records actually serve as a digital copy of the same for the same site at that time. So, to bring these discoveries to life for a wider audience, we have developed the Aflaj Discoveries platform, currently in its testing phase. This digital platform bridges the gap between complex archaeological data and accessible public tools. So some key features we have in there is an interactive 2D map, which shows the Aflaj geolocation, of course, combined with some metadata about each of these locations, connecting to the past of Al Ain's modern urban fabric, plus 3D mapping for each of these discoveries that had been recorded. And we have designed the portal to be an engagement tool. So as you can see, so rather than just showing the raw data that we have collected, we have gone a step further by processing it and modifying it in a way that the user can actually interact and highlight the features in these complex locations, combined with additional data. We would, for the sake of presentation, we can't show all the tools in this platform, but we have made sure that the experience is comprehensive, to be used as a research tool and an educational tool, and even for people who would want the chance to visit the sites now that they are inaccessible in the real world. So, so the previous slide showed you the Kuwaitat site as a case study, which is one single plot. And in here we can see the Falaj al-Mazmi, which is the section of 800-meter Iron Age Falaj. It spans across multiple locations connected through like one Falaj. So this tool provides our Aflaj Discoveries platform can provide access to the urban scale Aflaj plus the single site Aflaj. And as you can see on the screen, the user can interact with each single discovery for like detailed previews. So we aim with this platform for the users to explore Al Ain heritage interactively, fostering education and cultural pride. We didn't actually stop there. So we have also implemented an immersive augmented reality and virtual reality capabilities within the same platform. The experience enables the user to explore reconstructed Aflaj systems, walking through tunnels or witnessing ancient irrigation methods, hypothetically or virtually. And on the example on the screen, you can see how the user would expect to interact on the same platform without any external tools. They can just navigate through the mapping, 2D and the 3D, and then with augmented reality, they can view within their physical space a copy of the documented Aflaj. On the screen also, you have a QR code. You are free to scan it, and you will have the same experience to the right. Some phones might ask you for permission, and give it a minute to load. And this is a sneak peek for what kind of experience the user can expect. If you have any difficulties, please find me in the break, and I can guide you. Oh, sorry. So the impact of this work actually goes beyond archaeology. And I know what you were thinking. Could archaeology become a work-from-home discipline? That's not what we mean. But for the local community, these discoveries foster a sense of pride and belonging, especially that, as we have discussed, these discoveries are made within the actual city. The tunnels goes underneath the modern city structure. And the team that had been involved in all of these works are not a typical archaeological excavation, but rather contractors and researchers and documentation specialists, and also the municipality, the community. So basically we have a wide range of people involved within this kind of interaction. So by making these stories accessible in such a way, we empower the community to connect with their cultural heritage in meaningful ways. And on a broader scale, actually, this project supports the city mission for preserve and promote Abu Dhabi heritage. It also sets an example of how modern technologies can amplify public understanding and appreciation of the ancient history. Well, in closing, the Aflaj Discoveries Project is not just about uncovering the past, it's also about bridging the gap between history and modernity by using these technologies to make our heritage accessible and relevant. As we continue this journey, I would like to highlight that this kind of work would not have been possible without a multidisciplinary team that had been involved. Not only on site works, I mean, the time wouldn't allow us to mention all the parties involved. However, we have had quite support from the team on work and external parties and internal parties within the city itself. And we are quite proud of bringing all of these people together. And on the website, we also have an acknowledgement for each of the contributions and support we have in there. So as we continue, we are excited to see how these tools will inspire future generation and deepen our collective connection to Al Ain extraordinary legacy. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malak. Thank you. We still have time, by the way. Yani. The third speaker today will be Dr. Bruno Overlate. He will talk about sculpture in ironwork and the development of Southeast Arabian swords as seen from Meleha. Please, Doctor.
Mic up. I'm presenting you today the excavations with it the beginning of this year and put it in a wider context. We're looking at swords, iron swords, which cut through decoration, and you can see it here with a horse head, and in fact it's a quite distinct group that we have. Yep. I'm first going to discuss shortly what we have from material, then look at a few of the find circumstances and try to put that in a chronological matter before coming to the final conclusions. Just as a reminder, Malaysia, its situation at the center of the peninsula, an alluvial gravel plain with ample water access, so it has been since at least the 3rd millennium BC, a place where habitation was very successful. Now, we know that Malaysia has a center with a large graveyard area around it, at least on 2 sides. You see it on the right area C, R, and AV. And then on this side, I indicated in red the areas where we have the graveyards. The pattern that we have is one of clusters of monumental tombs. Here on the lower part, you see the reconstruction of one of these tower tombs. And usually they are grouped with several together and then surrounded by a multitude of what we call minor tombs, which simply means without a very visible superstructure. We're talking about finds from mostly area 5 and 7. Area 5, you see on the top, is an area with 2 groups of 3 of these towers next to one another, and then a large amount of tombs around it. Malaysia 7 was actually a graveyard area that was underneath part of a modern farm building. So the only part that was excavated in around 2012 was the part that was still free, that was not built over, and you see several rows of these monumental tombs. Now, all these tombs were plundered, and a lot of material was simply distributed and found on the surface in a mixed condition. A lot of iron fragments, and among these iron fragments were these decorated sword fragments. And for that reason, it was important to extend Malaysia 7 to the area that was built over by the farm. And we had, 2 years ago, the removal of these buildings, and in the end of last year, we actually could start excavating the remainder part of the graveyard. This is an idea of the material we have. We have a double-edged sword, the lower part that you see here, usually with a tang, a rat-tail tang for the connection of the handle. And then we have a whole series of single-edge blades, which are curved also, with this hook-shaped handle. And the way they were found in thousands of fragments, and you see on the left here some already reconstructed swords with a massive amount of fragments still to be sorted out. So we'll have, for the moment, we have about 30 to 40 swords complete. There will be several more if all the work, once the work has all been done. Now, today I would concentrate on 3 types which have decorated, figuratively decorated ironwork. The first one is, this lower one, is a 2-handed sword with the butt in the shape of a horse head, with all the gears visible on the side. And the lower part here, with the detail up there, is a honey badger fighting with a snake. So a local animal that is represented. Now you see, I've indicated the measurement, 3.5 by 2.4 centimeters, the part above the actual grip, which means it is a 2-handed sword. The blade itself, the edge, starts only about 2/3 of the total length. It is a massive, heavy, long sword. It's not the sort of thing you would be carrying around. So either it's a representative of a function, or eventually it could be, it looks more like almost an axe-like an executioner sword or something, but it's certainly not your common sword. It's a unique piece as well in the group that we have. Another one on the right, you see the curved handle, which is constructed in the shape of a seahorse. You see on top, you see the head and the tail curving upwards again at the bottom part. You clearly see the slender nose and the two eyes. And then the third fragment above, it's a fragment of the guard of a handle in the shape of a bull's head. Now, this is unique material. We've never seen that before, so that was one of the main reasons we wanted absolutely to excavate the remainder of Area 7. And here on the left, you see with the building still in place, vertical view on the right, and then here below, everything below the red line is where the original wall of the farm was. Below the red wall was the area that we excavated end of last year, beginning of 2024. In one of the graves that was underneath the original wall, I've indicated it with the red dot. Only the front part had been cleared, and we were now able to excavate the remainder. We found among the sherds and the small finds that we had, we found a fragment of one of these bullheads, and I shown the other one that we found in Area 5 in the rectangle, just because it's clearer, it's nicer in detail. But you recognize easily the bull's head, and as well on the lower right, on the lower left, you see the horse head. So two elements that we have from these decorated swords. The accompanying material, we have the handle of an amphora, and luckily for us, it is a well-dated stamp that's on the amphora. It's a stamp of Artemidoros, a fabricant, dating in the period 232 to about 220 BC. So the deposition at Malaysia in a tomb, let's say that it would be around 200 BC. So that gives us a context for the sword. The remainder of material, glazed ceramics, etc., is in accordance with what we know. Another grave, and this is not a monumental grave, it's a smaller grave just behind it, gave us a second fragment of a handle with, again, the bullhead. You clearly recognize the horns, and the accompanying material, some fragment of Rhodian amphora, arrowheads, fragments of swords. So it confirmed the material. And then we came to a third tomb with this material. I've said an undisturbed tomb, but I put it in between brackets because the top was destroyed, but the actual burial chamber was still intact. And you can see it's here, it's the lower red arrow. It was situated right underneath three foundation walls that came together right on top of the tomb. And the first 50 centimeters that we excavated, we didn't find anything, which was a good sign, which had to be a good sign. And then at the level where normally the tomb chamber is covered with beams, at that point we started finding immediately a set of three swords, and that's what you see here. Now, they are broken at several places, but they're neatly placed again in position. So apparently what happened is that the sword before the position in the tomb was actually broken in a multitude of fragments, and then it was laid out as if the swords were intact, which explains why we have these masses of fragments all over the graveyard at Malaysia. So that gives us an important element of the ritual connected to the tombs. Now, this is what I call a set of swords. It is a single-edged long sword, curved, the lower one here, and then you got two or three, in some cases, double-edged sword with a rat tail handle. And that seems to be a very regular thing. Now, the handle of the curved sword was corroded and exploded. Iron expands and breaks together, so it was difficult to bring it together. It still has to be restored. This is the situation immediately after the excavation. But you see, you have a languette at the base, we'll come back to that later, with an inlay fragment, and you clearly recognize the general shape with the bullhead and the horns. Once we removed these, we immediately found the indications of the next finds, which confirmed to us that it was indeed an undisturbed tomb. And what you see here is a glass bowl, a master-style bowl produced in Syria, Palestine, 2nd century BC, first half of the 1st century BCE. A bronze sieve inside it, a ladle next to it, and you can already see that there is a second handle of a sword just next to it. And then at the end of the tomb, you see that there is another table amphora with 2 bowls, one pouring bowl and one decorated with lions. Now, you see some slight lines just below the table amphora, and that's the indication where originally the coffin was placed. A coffin that became clearer once we started moisturizing the soil, and then you get these contrasts of soil colors. On the right, you see clearly the rectangle. In the center, you have the impression of the body where it was once laid. And here on the right, inside the coffin, you see the beginning of a handle of a sword. Now, these were planks that were completely lost. You couldn't preserve any wood fragments, but you can see in the section that it is really the plank of a coffin. So that's the layout of the original coffin. And like the ones we know from Shakura, there are no nails used. They are with dovetail joints constructed. Now, inside the coffin were 3 more swords. Again, a long curved sword, a second straight sword with rat tail handle, and a third which was completely folded together. The top photograph on the left, it's a bit difficult to see, but there are some roots from plants going in so that there is some bioturbation present there. Now, we had them lifted very securely to excavate them or to finish them and construct them in the laboratory at Sharjah. And the results, I haven't seen them actually, I've only had the photographs sent to me. These are the cleaned and restored versions of these swords. And you see the top handle with silver covering, very similar to some of the swords we know from other areas, with an extensive row of fullers, which are not only in this case to make the blade lighter, but also have a decorative aspect. You see these shapes just close to the rings are beautifully made, so it's really a top quality material. And in total, and we have one complete set of a single tomb, we got 7 swords divided in 2 sets, one inside the coffin, one outside the coffin. We got about 71 arrowheads. Again, they have to be cleaned to see the exact number. We got a complete wine set, and we got some small nails and rivets that were probably connected to organic materials, maybe clothing, leather belts, maybe belts to attach the swords that we don't know. The wine set itself is the traditional wine set type that we know from, for example, Edur, that we know from a line that we know from Dibba. So you got the table amphora with the ornamental handles, you got the sieve, you got a ladle, again decorated several instances. You got the pouring bowl with the bullhead, and then a drinking bowl, a glass one in this case, and the bronze one, which again is decorated with quite some interesting material in this case. We got a rosette, and then a circle around with lions, and then a second circle with 3 sets. Each time you got a sphinx with a lion confronting, and in between, smaller animals. Now, in one case, the lower right, you have a gazelle, and on top of it, a little bird. On the top one, you see that you have a bearded sphinx, which reminds of the Lamassu you find in Neo-Assyrian context, in Babylonian context, in Achaemenian context. And in between, you got a sort of bird, again, with a human head with a beard, with the two wings, one up, one down. Now, if we look at the third animal that between the Sphinx and the lion, it looks like a sort of bear standing on its hind legs, and that's exactly the same that we have on a bowl from Edur. Again, a bowl that was very antique in its representation, that supported or that mimicked a number of images like the chariot and the Egyptian-style Sphinx that we know from Neo-Assyrian context. So that's a very peculiar thing. And another similarity between these two bowls, and those are the only ones from about 30 that we have in total now, is these rectangles with a series of dots. You got 3 dots and 4 dots on the Edur example. Here we have, above the lines, again, these similar rectangles with series of dots. So they're very close, and it fits with the date that we had described to the Edur one, being 3rd, 2nd century BC. The bullheads themselves, so we have in total 5 specimens now. We can securely say, well, these are typical elements that we find in Malaysia. The remarkable thing, and that's the first example that I know of, or the earliest example, is the presence of these languettes, these small pointed elements at the base, and which serve to secure your sword into the scabbard mouth. So that's a very typical thing. I don't know it from older examples. Maybe you can help me out there. For the other side, you have the bull, of course, that connects with the bull-shaped spouts. It is a very effective protection of the hand because it can block the blade of the opponent. So quite an interesting and innovative form. This one was actually found in 2015, but we didn't recognize it at the time simply because the details were lacking. But now, with the better preserved examples, we are sure that this is also one of these bullheads. Now, this was found in a tomb where we had the base of an amphora in a pit inside the tomb. We don't have a date for that amphora, but we know that's 3rd to 1st century. But nearby, there was 2 stamps actually found dating from the early 2nd century BC. So that's already an indication. And as to the distribution, we have 1 from area 5, we got 3 from area 7, and we got 1 from area AVZ at the really extent of the graveyard, which means that it is not limited to one of these clusters of graves. It is distributed over the whole graveyard at Malaysia. So it may be something linked to the specific population of the site. Now, as to the dating, I've said it several times, the backbone of the dating for these early periods are the imported Rhodian amphora. And in the middle, I've indicated the sequence that we have. They date back to the first half of the 3rd century BC. The last stamp that we can securely, or the youngest stamp, is 125 BC, and another one which falls into this bracket 120 to 95 BC. So add another 10 years to deposit it in the tombs, then we have an uninterrupted one from the 3rd century to around the first half of the 1st century BC. Here, Malaysia 7, the widest dates for the stamps of the amphora, again late 3rd century and 132 BC. A glass master's bowl, we got 2 from area 7 and several fragments, 2 complete ones, and these can be dated 2nd century, first half 1st century BC. Malaysia 5, again, we got a date from a gravestone, early 3rd century, and we got, again, stamps from Rhodian amphora confirming 2nd century BCE. So we can safely say that what's usually indicated as Spir A and B is one period. We got one type of tombs, not two types as originally was said. We got one type, and we got one uninterrupted period, which I prefer to call then the early Maleja phase. Now, the sword type and size, very rapidly, we see time is running. I took a photograph from the mid-20th century postcard because it shows you the problem. If you're sitting on a camel, you can't reach down with a sword of 50, 60 centimeters. You're quite vulnerable. So there was a need to have these longer swords. And the first weapon on a camel was either the bow and arrow or a spear. And you see these other pictures show you if there was a sword, it was to descend from your camel, pull your sword, and then start fighting. That's visible in the Neo-Assyrian reliefs. You see that the people riding the camels, they don't carry arms except for bow and arrow. The idea was to drive up, shoot your arrows, and get out again. The top you see the hunter piercing a lion with his sword, and his camel is lying behind him. We have a second bow like that in silver from Oman. It's not published yet, but identical scene. So people descended from their camel to fight and to hunt. That problem was clearly known, and in my mind, that explains why we find that Saruk al-Hadid, these long swords, this one I'm showing you here is about 1 meter. The largest one is apparently 1.20 meters. It was constructed to solve that problem, how to fight from the back of a camel. And we know, in fact, from Livius, that he describes in around 190 BC, the fight with Arabian mercenaries, and he describes them a kind of camels called dromedaries. These were ridden by Arabian archers, so the archery was the most important element, who carried thin swords 4 cubits long that they might be able to reach the enemy from so great a height. So he explains the problem very clearly. 4 cubits at the time, that's about 1.90 meters. And this sword was found at a short distance at Aphrodisias in the 6th century AD building collapse. But I think it's an heirloom. It fits the description that we have there. The problem was clear. This was a solution. It was not a good solution. It didn't live on. That's obvious. But in the meantime, people started experimenting, and the swords that we have here is an experimental phase. 3rd, 1st century, I consider it as the formative phase of the type of sword. And you have, on the one hand, these long swords. On the other hand, the influx of the input of the kopis or machaira from the Mediterranean, the Greek element, the forward curve, the fullers, multiple fullers on the blade, the hook-shaped handle, often with an animal element at the back. These are elements that contributed to this shape. And again, this is an oversight. Why do they go forward and not backwards? Because people had, if you're sitting high up and you have to kill your enemy and to pierce him with a point, well, you have to go down, and that's calculated into its shape. Later on, they changed it, like the one that we saw with the animal, with the horse head. It curves backwards because that's not destined to be used on top, sitting on a camel. Few examples of these type of swords, and just to indicate that it had a wide range in Southeast Arabia. Some examples from Diba, examples from Salut, Amla Fuwaida, Saham. The so-called desert law of Sinau has the same type. And then we got one from Samat al-Shan and one from Alain, which deviate. They are double-edged. So they have this forward curve, but they have 2 cutting edges. So that's another experiment, I would say, in the development. Now, where does this iron decoration come from? I'll hurry up. Saruk al-Hadid, we saw there was a lot of decorated handles cast on in bronze on an iron core. The next stage, and we've seen the same evolution in Iran, is decorative ironwork. And there is a lot of talks about how these were made. This tradition apparently lived on and continued, but we have very little documentation of iron sculptural work. In fact, these Luristan swords, 8th, 7th century, show you that all these elements were separately smitted and then fitted onto the core flange of the handle. And the tradition of sculptural ironwork is another. It continues in this example from the 5th century in the Khaymanid palaces, but it hasn't been properly researched. So the way it was made, you got the flange as the base of the handle. The bullhead was smitted separately. It was cut in half. It goes around the flange, and then it was smitted or welded back onto the base. The central part of the handle, and that you can see on the right very clearly, that would be in either ivory or bone or wood or whatever. The same here. You see the rivet on top of it. The same in this handle. The central part to thicken the handle was a perishable material, and you see the 3 rivets that connected it. So the preliminary conclusion as a whole, these decorated swords with the development and the forward curves that can be dated to the early Malaysia phase, 3rd to 1st century BC. We got apparently sword sets as donations in tombs, consisting of 1 single-edged blade and normally 2 straight double-edged blade with rat tail handle. We find these sculptural decorations not only in the most monumental tombs, we find them also in the minor tombs. So that's a social indication that it's not to a specific top layer of the population. And we have in the tradition of burials the deliberate destruction of swords, the repositioning of these elements, and we now know also that they used wooden coffins, that they buried their people in similar conditions as what we know from the Shakura tombs. And here I have to finish. The clock is ticking, so thank you for your attention. And
thank you, Dr. Michel. Thank you, Dr. Bruno. It's interesting talk. The 4th speaker of this session will be Dr. Seth Bristman. He will talk about the late antique to early Islamic period transition, new results from ceramic finds at Cenia, Al Quwain. Please, Dr. Seth.
Thank you very much, Bruno, for your fascinating lecture. I could listen to you all day. In a slight change to the schedule, I'll present the archaeological sequence from Cenia, and then after the Q&A, Seth will come up and discuss the ceramic assemblage from the layers. So hopefully this will provide a context for Seth's talk. So today, really, what I want to do is something very simple, hopefully won't take too long. I want to present to you the relationship between the settlement and the monastery at Cenia Island. We have, in 2 previous ZNM conferences, basically presented to you the monastery in the first year, then in the second year we came and presented the settlement. What I want to do today really is sort of pull them together into a single sequence so that it's absolutely clear how we have this transition from late antiquity to early Islam in the lagoon of Al Quwain. And in fact, I think it's possible to identify 7 key phases of development at this, these 2 sites, this landscape, as we should properly term it. And that's what I'll run you through today, hopefully also giving you an idea of the skeleton chronology afforded by the radiocarbon dates, which I will, in the conclusion, briefly compare to the finds assemblage and some historical sources, and then I'll hand over to Seth, who will pick up and deal in much more detail with the ceramic assemblage. So hopefully that will give you a good coverage of this sequence, which is, by the way, an extremely important sequence because really together with Kush and Ras Al Khaimah, Cenia gives us the transition from late antiquity to early Islam. and is, as such, a key moment in the formation of the United Arab Emirates as a Muslim Arab country. So we have been assiduously collecting radiocarbon samples over the past 3 years of excavations. You can see them here. These are from the settlement, and these are from the monastery. What's not shown here are the samples which didn't produce a date for whatever reason, but included here are the pending samples which we submitted back in March and are still waiting for. Hopefully, by the time we come to publish the conference proceedings, we will have the results and it will be part of the discussion. And what I'll do really for the remainder of the lecture is simply to very simply begin at the beginning and continue through to the end of the sequence and then stop. So we begin at the southern end of the peninsula on which the settlement is located. We have here about 3 sides surrounded by water, which means to a certain extent the only way to expand is to the north. And what we have at Cenia is a kind of general rule of thumb that essentially we have the earlier elements in the south, and as we move north, they become later. The southern sector of the settlement is a series of densely agglomerated mounds. We have a deeper level of stratigraphy. And in fact, you can see here that, in fact, we have 2 discrete occupational horizons, 2 different sets of buildings, one on top of the other. So far, we've only excavated parts of the upper chronological horizon, but the lower occupational horizon has not yet been dug, and we'll come back to that in coming years, which I think actually is going to produce some really exciting results, taking us further back in time, and then potentially even sort of bridging the transition from the PIR into the late antique period. So Cenia, I think, is definitely an interesting site because of this fascinating sequence bridging these different periods of Emirati history. And you can see the kind of work that we've been doing, lots of detailed single context planning, lots of careful stratigraphic management, matrices, and kind of other tools to really secure the dating as best we possibly can. So as the settlement grows, we then have this second phase built on top of those earlier structures, and there seems to be, as far as we can tell at this early stage in the excavations, a kind of intensification of settlement. We see these tenement blocks being developed. These are buildings, quite large buildings, crammed together around these very narrow alleyways, each building subdivided into a series of residential units. And it's not just that as we expand, we're not just kind of going up, but we're also going out. And you can see here that this northern sector is probably in phase with the upper occupational horizon in the southern sector and represents a northern extension of the settlement. And here, because they're building on new ground, on the ground which has not previously been occupied, there's more space, and we get these much larger buildings, these very large courtyard houses. You can see down on the bottom left here, this one probably actually 2 courtyard houses next to each other, really very large. I mean, it's over 40 meters long. And again, we are getting lots of radiocarbon dates, which were helping to kind of build a chronology of this sequence. We then have the final occupation, which we get scattered across both the southern and northern sectors of the site. And you can see here that probably we suspect this cluster of little huts at the very northwestern part of the site is probably the last phase of construction, building activity that we have. And this actually has arguably a slightly different fines assemblage. And we're getting, again, really nice radiocarbon dates, nice stratified layers. We have one radiocarbon date, which is the latest we have for the settlement, and then we have 4 more dates pending, which will really, I think, tie down the chronology of the final occupation of the settlement, which takes us arguably into the second half of the 6th century. We have some, I mean, I put up a few of the small finds and ceramics as well, just to kind of give you an idea where they're coming from. But I think this is potentially quite a significant find, a very late Sasanian 6th or 7th century stamp seal, which was found in the final occupation of Building 10. So we move then on to the construction of the church, and it's clear, I think, that the two sites, the settlement and the church, are discrete. The settlement is earlier and the church monastery is later. The degree to which they overlap is an ongoing subject of research. I'd like to see a little bit of an overlap. I think it's doable with the radiocarbon dates, which I'll come back to in the conclusion. The church monastery complex, as you can see, is quite complicated. We have, in some places, neat stratigraphic layers stacked on top of each other, and we also have the buildings archaeology. You can see here a sequence of additions, abutting rooms added over a sequence of phases, which are less easy to date, but we can put them into a relative sequence quite easily. And I think what's clear when you look at this architectural plan is that the church represents a freestanding, isolated building in its original conception. It is then added to with the monastic complex. The amount of time between the building of the church and the monastic complex is open to interpretation. We don't have nice dates for the foundation of the church, but I suspect they are 2 different discrete phases. And in fact, the dating of the church is possible by this really fantastic radiocarbon date which we got from the preparation surface for the floor of the refectory, which is bolted onto the church. So this radiocarbon date gives us a terminus antequem for the construction of the church and a terminus postquem for the construction of the monastery. So it's a really important sort of chronological fulcrum in the development of this monastic complex. And we move on to the foundation of the monastery, and again, I've already discussed this date, really fascinating, really important date, allowing us to really pinpoint the foundation of the monastery. And we get another date, in fact. Just next door, we have another building, Building A, which I interpret rather tentatively as the abbot's house, but essentially it's giving us the same sort of radiocarbon date as the construction of the refectory, and it, I think, therefore allows us to pull these 2 buildings into the same phase of construction. We also have this really nice sequence from the dump. The dump cannot be tied explicitly to the building sequence, but we argue that dumping activity commences in phase with the foundation of the monastery, when you have an intensification of settlement, more people producing more rubbish, creating this dump. And we get a whole series of radiocarbon dates here, which give us the full sequence. Another important sequence is that from room 3 in the monastery, where we found a nice set of layers with a kind of above average amount of radiocarbon date, which hopefully we'll be able to present to you in the proceedings. In the final occupation of the monastery, we have, again, a really nice radiocarbon date. You can see here in the sanctuary of the church, when the people left, they just sort of left behind the material culture of Christian ritual, which I have presented to you at previous conferences. But here you see a mixing bowl for the wine used in the Christian service of offering the blood of Christ to the faithful. And here, just on the surface of the sanctuary, we find some charcoal, which gives us a really nice date for or stratigraphically secure date for the final occupation of the monastery. And we have more dates, pulled from the building rubble of the initial collapse of the building. And also we have some radiocarbon dates from the monks' cells, which are kind of outlying. Again, you can't tie these exactly into the sequence through excavation, but that's where the radiocarbon dates come in and help us pull these into the final phase of occupation. Another set of dates, very importantly, come from the human remains from the cemetery. It seems that building A, the abbot's house, was decommissioned deliberately. There's rubble, which produced a Sasanian ceramic type fossil, and then on top of that rubble, we have another phase of building. So it's clear that the decommissioning of building A happens as we move into the final phase of occupation, and it's then reused as a cemetery. And in each of the rooms of the former abbot's house, we get a whole series of skeletal remains, again, which we've presented previously, but we have submitted those samples now for DNA testing, and we've also submitted them for radiocarbon analysis, which, again, all pending, and hopefully we're very excited about this, really could help us tie down the chronology of the final occupation of the site. Following the abandonment of the monastery, there is some later reuse of the area. So we have a secondary occupation in some of the monks' cells, which you can see here kind of scattered all around the monastic core complex. And what's quite nice in some of these is that we get this sort of a quite distinct later finds assemblage, including these carved stone bowls, which have been found at Kush and Barami and other early Islamic sites, and appear to come in around the 9th century. So I think that gives us a kind of nice date for the final secondary occupation of the site. There is another phase of occupation, which is much, much later, which is actually in the late Islamic period, where we get intrusive graves into the ruined mound of the much earlier monastery, but I'm not going to discuss those today because they are 1,000 years later and not relevant to this transition from late antiquity to early Islam. So then, that is our sequence from the settlement and monastery at Cenia. We have a whole series of radiocarbon dates, of which the most important are presented on this table. Those in bold are from absolutely key stratigraphic phases, which allow us to put together a skeleton chronology for this occupational sequence. As a general rule, as I said at the beginning, it seems that the settlement begins in the south and expands to the north, and then further north again, we have the foundation of the church, and then the transformation into the monastery. And in terms of pulling this together into a kind of sensible set of data, we can really try to kind of refine these dates. So what I would have liked to have done is some Bayesian analysis. We don't yet have all of the samples we need to do that. But what we can do, I think, is have a look at the clustering of radiocarbon dates, compare them to the finds assemblage and the historical dates to sort of test the radiocarbon sequence. And I would argue that probably the high chronology, don't have to be exact about this, but the higher end of the dates at around 1 sigma works best for dating our occupational sequence. And I think you can see, therefore, that the foundation of the settlement is sometime before the early 5th century, and the abandonment of the settlement, of the monastery, should be placed around the second half of the 8th century. And I think that fits with the finds assemblage and historical dates, which we see on screen here. Now, Seth's going to talk to you in much more detail about the relative dates, the ceramics, but we have a few small finds, like our Sasanian seal from the 6th, 7th century in the final occupation of the settlement. We have our carved stone bowls from the secondary occupation of the monk cells, and they fit quite nicely with the high chronology at 1 sigma. But I also think when you compare it to the historical record, that actually we can find some really nice parallels for what's happening in the region in these chronological episodes, which help us understand and explain the nature of the occupation and kind of give us the kind of why, if you like, of what's happening on this site. Now, we're going to elaborate on this in a future article, but I think what seems to be clear is that the settlement is constructed after the abandonment of Ed-Dur. The gap between Ed-Dur and Cenia is a kind of work in progress. There might be an occupational lacuna, but there might actually be a continuous occupational sequence picking up after the abandonment of Ed-Dur in the early 4th and perhaps going on to Cenia in the kind of later 4th. That, I think, is part of a reconfiguration of regional settlement patterns, which is actually opening up a whole new vista on the late antique Arabian Gulf, which was previously thought to be a fairly depopulated and kind of gloomy place, really. We actually have a really important settlement in this late antique period, and it seems to be abandoned, arguably, in the second half of the 6th century. Now, that, I think, is interesting because it's exactly this period when we have the outbreak of the Justinianic plague, the world's first pandemic, and we have these apparently plague pits in our cemetery at the monastery. It's also the period in which we have the historic date for the Sasanian occupation of Oman, about 570. So perhaps this sort of global pandemic and foreign invasion is driving the decline and abandonment of the settlement. I think it's also striking that the church is built around the turn of the 7th century. This is exactly the moment that Christianity is gaining admittance into the upper echelons of the Sasanian Empire. And it's also the period in which the Manadira, the Lahmeds of Al-Hira, who ruled in eastern Arabia, convert to Christianity. But I would argue that the foundation of the monastery fits a really interesting episode in the history of the Gulf between the collapse of the Sasanian state in the 620s and the foundation of the Islamic State by the Marwanids in the late 6th, early 7th centuries. We have this first 70 years of Islam in which we have a political vacuum in eastern Arabia. And I think what's happening is that the Nestorian church, as a kind of quasi-state institution, is filling the political gap. And that's why all of these monasteries across the region are kind of sort of being established in this period. But as we move into the 8th century and the Islamic State, really with Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf al-Thaqafi, the powerful viceroy of the East, seeking to impose imperial authority in the provinces, we start to see imposition of taxation. And I think what you're seeing then is the abandonment of Cenia and the other monasteries, arguably a kind of taxation flight, as we start to see a kind of a stronger Arab Islamic state. So I think that gives us a historical narrative which fits the simplified periodization of the Cenia sequence, which I think is supported by the radiocarbon dates and the finds assemblage. So, as I say, this is absolutely an important site for the transition from late antiquity to early Islam, and has, I think, an important lasting legacy in the emergence of a Muslim Arab nation in which we live today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Tim, no, please come, because I need all our distinguished speakers to come to the floor here, to the stage. Thank you. Yes, please. If anybody has a question for our speakers for the first session. Yes? Yes?
Thank you very much. Are there any further thoughts on the stone monastery at Rafah, just across the way, in terms of that narrative you've just shared with us?
Sorry,
It's for you, Tim. It's for you.
Yes, sorry.
Can you say it again, please?
Yes, sorry. So for Tim, are there any more thoughts on the the stone monastery at Rafah just across the water in terms of this narrative you've just shared with us today, the transition possibly from late antiquity to early Islam?
Yeah, so there's a site on the mainland just opposite Cenia at a place called Rafah, which is an early Islamic mosque, okay? Not a monastery. It's an early Islamic mosque. It contains Samarra horizon ceramics dating to the 9th, 10th centuries, and it is, together with the mosque at Al Tawba in Al-Ain and the mosque at Jumeirah in Dubai, one of 3 early Islamic mosques found in the Emirates. We presented that actually a couple of years ago at the ZNM conference, and we have an article pending.
Yes? Any more questions? Yes. Yeah.
Dr. Tim, about the monastery or the church in Cenia, what's the relation between this church and the other example in Sibanias? And also, do you think there is a reason why we not find church in land of Oman? Thank you.
Yeah, both excellent questions, actually. The Sibanias monastery is dated best by the ceramic assemblage. We have a particular type, Turk type 72, which is dated broadly between the mid-7th and mid-8th centuries. We have the absence of Samarra horizons beginning in the early 9th century, so that pushes us before that period. We have the absence of the turquoise alkaline glazer with applique decoration, which pushes us before the mid-8th century, arguably. So I think that the church at monastery at Sibanias is probably about contemporary with the foundation of the monastery at Cenia. So yeah, I think that the 2 sites are related to each other. They are broadly contemporary. The other question you asked about the location on the coastal regions, I think that is largely because you're dealing with the expansion of Christianity out of Mesopotamia. They're following the coast. They're moving into Al-Hassa Oasis at a kind of slightly earlier date, which becomes, according to the Syriac literature, a major center of Arabian Christianity. But I think what's happening on the Gulf Coast of the Emirates really is that this is a kind of second phase of expansion. It's much more tentative, and I think it's less well established at the time of the rise of Islam, which is why we're not getting the penetration of the interior so far as we know so far.
Any questions? Any more questions? I have just a question for Dr. Michel and also a comment for Dr. Bruno. My question is about the room 3 in the structure which you discovered. You have this many post holes. These post holes are, from the same stratigraphy, or it has different stratigraphy? Because if you return back to this post hole and how they install these beams of wood, it will be very difficult to do a maneuvering inside the room because it will be so crowded.
No, actually, we know that they are from the same period, same phase. They are not visible through later deposits. And what actually is stranger to me is that they were kind of cut through the pavement before reoccupation. So they might just be to provide solidity to the roof after the fire, I don't know. But they are from single phase. Then we have other post-hole sets through the later floors, but these ones that we saw there are all from the same horizon.
Did you find any remains of traces of wood or anything in these post holes?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bruno, you spoke about the swords of Sarug al-Hadid, and you dated them back to the 7th and 8th century. I think all the iron swords which we discovered at Sarug al-Hadid, we found it in horizons or in stratigraphy dates back to Iron Age 2, which means 10th to 9th century BCE. That's just a comment for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, for Dr. Malak, I think this digitalized images which you did, they are installed in the platform of the DCA or what? I mean, they are available to see it because we have a Aflaj in Hatta, actually a huge one, We need to do the same with it. We need to document it and to do digitalize it like what you did. Actually, it's a great work, really, what you did. Is it available in the platform or?
Outside the boundary of Al Ain currently, we have to discuss that for a broader project.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. I leave the floor. Thanks a lot. Please, خلاص. You have any questions? Thank you. I leave the floor to the second session and the chairman. If you come, Dr. Malak, for photo, please. Yeah, all of you. Thank you. Okay, thanks a lot. I leave the floor for the second chair of the second session. Dr. Bruno will direct the second session. Thank you.
Thank you. So we come to the second session of the morning, which will be a bit shorter as planned. First, we'll have Dr. Zayed Priestman continuing in Cenia, but then we have Dr. Maria Gajewska, who is not been able to attend for personal reasons. So there will be one speaker less than planned. But may I invite Dr. Zayed Priestman?
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you for your attention. I want to continue talking about the site of Cenia, which Tim has already very nicely introduced for us in terms of the chronology and the architecture found there, and especially the absolute dating chronology that is crucial to our research. Am I the right distance? It's quite hard. Yeah, okay. My role in the project is to work on the ceramic finds assemblage from Cenia, and I've now completed 3 seasons of study seasons at Cenia, and the material is amazing, and we're now going through it in volume. After 3 seasons, we've so far processed around 24,000 sherds, equivalent to 1.5 metric tons of material. So we're sort of entering a phase now where we have enough volume of material to have quite reliable statistical results and quantitative analysis. Yeah, this is from the last study season that we completed recently in September, and yeah, we're going through the material. So as Tim explained earlier, we have these 2 kind of components of the site, which is crucial. And I'm going to focus on that quite a lot today, the comparison between these 2 elements. We have the monastic establishment to the north, and half a kilometer to the south, there's this 10-hectare area of dense occupation. And I think when we first encountered this material, when we first encountered these 2 areas of the site, the assumption was that, fair assumption was that these were part of the same sort of site complex and perhaps coexisted at the same time. And that was kind of borne out to some extent by looking at the surface ceramics, which are on the face of it fairly similar from the 2 areas of the site. And so that was our sort of starting position in working on this. As Tim has, well, I'll go on to that. Sorry. Go back. Okay, now I'm going to stay on that for a little bit. So last year I was here at this same conference, and I gave you a paper that really focused in on the material from the monastery. And that was the first part of our study. That's where we started working on this. And in that paper, I brought together the ceramic evidence. And one thing that's really crucial to understand here, and I think Tim made exactly the same point, but in terms of the chronology of the monastery, you know, the first event that we have is the foundation of this sanctuary and this church. And from that, we have almost no ceramic finds. I think there are 25 sherds in total, and none of those are particularly diagnostic. So in ceramic terms, we don't have a dating for the first event, for the foundation of the church. In terms of absolute dating, we can say that it happened certainly before the mid-7th century, but the range is quite open, and so it's hard to pin down exactly, but certainly it was before the mid-7th century. In terms of the ceramics, what we have is a huge explosion of finds when the monastery develops, so when this religious community is established in Cenia. And those ceramic finds, I argued in my paper last year, we can date specifically to, I would say, around the mid-7th to mid-8th century. So today, in the presentation today, I want to focus much more on the kind of subsequent work we've done, which is on this ceramic finds assemblage from the settlement itself. And we now have quite a range of excavations. I think there are about 10 different house complexes that have been excavated across the settlement. So we have quite a big selection of material now. And that assemblage is surprisingly narrow, actually. You know, I've been waiting for a long time to see what an assemblage of this period would look like exactly within the Gulf. And I'm surprised by the limited kind of variation within that assemblage. It's a simple, it's heavily dominated by these large incised storage vessels. They're very dominant within the assemblage. They're clearly storing on a large scale within the settlement. That's an important component of what they're up to. There are also these, in a similar fabric, these small vessels, mostly jars, small grey vessels, or smag, as they're widely known. We have a lot of torpedo jars. One thing that's interesting about the torpedo jars is that they don't have breach holes. So a lot of the ones from the monastery have these breach holes, which are associated with the sort of consumption and use of wine. I don't know what the reason is, but on the settlement they don't have those. And we also have alkaline glazed wares and some Indian pottery and other things that are a little bit more rare within the assemblage. One final thing to note in the kind of composition of the assemblage are these ovoid jars, organic tempered ovoid jars, which are an interesting category, which are very well represented at Edur and other sites of the early centuries CE, late centuries BC, early centuries CE. And, you know, it's interesting to find this within this settlement assemblage at Cenia, which, as we've seen, spans this range really from the kind of 4th to 6th centuries. As I was saying earlier, if you look at what I just introduced there, which is the sort of main ingredients of the assemblage in terms of wares, those wares don't actually change much through time. And so if you look at the settlement assemblage and the monastery assemblage, on the face of it, they look similar. A lot of the fabrics, a lot of the wares continue through time. But if you want to go into the dating, the specific dating of the assemblage, then it's much more useful to focus on these vessel types. And just, if there are any non-ceramicists in the audience, just as a point of note here, what we're really focusing on here is the detail, these little details in the rim profile, which are very precise and allow us to match from one site to another or one period to another. These are highly useful, these ceramic rim types. And here we're looking really at the alkaline glazed assemblage. Sorry, it's meant to be a slide in between, oh well. If we look at that table on the right, on the left, You can see, so what I noticed when I came, I said earlier that we assumed that maybe the monastery and the settlement were occupied at the same time. But when we started to work on the finds from the settlement, the first thing I noticed is that actually most of the diagnostic alkaline glazed rim types that are represented at the settlement aren't represented at the monastery, and vice versa. And you can see in that table there are a few common types, but if you look at the percentages of those types, you can see that most of them are undergoing dramatic change. Mostly a big pattern of decline. So you've got types that are very common at the settlement. LAS is the late antique settlement, and then they're falling into significant decline. So that suggests they're going out of circulation. I think there's only one type there, this OR19, kind of halfway down the table, that has the inverse trend of that. It's very rare at the settlement, and it's exploding in quantity in the occupation of the monastery. So this kind of lack of, how do you put it, this lack of correspondence between the two assemblages suggests really strongly to me that there must be a kind of break in time. And we see this a little bit. This is a table showing the ceramic classes, so we're kind of zooming back out in terms of the categories that we were talking about before. But again, within those categories, you see a lot of change between these two assemblages. Certain types that are rare in one and then becoming very common in the other. And we also, Tim presented a lot of the C14 dating, but I think it's really interesting. If you know, these are the latest 3 C14 dates from the settlement. And they all have end dates in around the mid-6th century, pushing a little bit later, potentially. It's quite hard from the absolute dating evidence, as I suggested before, to really pin down when the settlement is abandoned and when the monastery is established. But, as I said, from this ceramic evidence, I think that there looks like there is some kind of break. And it's something that Tim and I have been discussing at length and trying to figure out what that actually looks like. It could mean that there was some sort of squatter occupation in the settlement, that the later half of the 6th century was a period of decline. And then in terms of precisely when the monastery was established, certainly before the mid-7th century, but it could have been within the first half of that period. And obviously, historically, we all know that this is the kind of crucial transition moment within the Arabian Peninsula. In a way, those dates that I've just mentioned, they almost kind of bookend, really, the life of the Prophet Muhammad. And in terms of an archaeological perspective, I'm not a historian, I'm not coming at it from that angle, but as an archaeologist, I'm fascinated to know what happens in the period, the very late pre-Islamic period, and what happens immediately after the establishment of the Islamic Empire, and how do transformations take place within the Gulf at that time. The bigger context, if we're thinking about the occupation of the settlement in the late pre-Islamic period, we can't really escape from the fact, we can't deny the fact that the kind of dominant political and economic power in the region at that time was the vast Sasanian Empire, which controlled this huge territory from kind of northern Mesopotamia all the way to the borders of India and up into the deep into Central Asia. And for a period of around 4 centuries, the Sasanian Empire exercised this huge kind of geopolitical control. And a lot of other research that I've done, not in Arabia, but in Iran and Georgia, Azerbaijan, other parts of the territory, northern territory especially, shows that some of the sort of investments in terms of military technology, in terms of agricultural investment, some of the engineering feats of the Sasanian Empire really rival those of much better known situation in Rome and the Roman Empire in the Mediterranean. And that's perhaps been less acknowledged and less realized. But in terms of where we're looking at, in the Gulf and Arabia, I don't think we can get away from the fact that this huge political system would have exerted a massive economic influence on the Gulf. And one of the questions that I've been sort of grappling with for a long time, more than 20 years now, is this issue of, to what extent did the Sasanians, to what extent was the Sasanian Empire maritime power? And there's this very important paper that was put out nearly just over 50 years ago now, that very strongly argued that the Sasanian Empire, as part of a kind of deliberate economic policy, took over the territorial control of the Gulf and expanded economically into the Indian Ocean. And many people have kind of followed and accepted this idea. It's become a kind of accepted wisdom. And one of the things I've been questioning is looking at the archaeological evidence, and especially as you go out into the Indian Ocean, the signs really aren't there in terms of large quantities of Sasanian coinage. So when this opportunity came up to work at Cenia, I remember the conversation Tim and I had when we started this. And for me, this is, such an exciting opportunity. I've wanted all my career, I've wanted to know, what does the typical Sasanian period assemblage look like in the Gulf? And what does that transition period look like? And one important point to note here is we can't say that Cenia was necessarily under the political control of the Sasanian Empire. I'd leave that for other historians and other researchers to come up with an answer on that. But in economic terms, it was certainly within the shadow of that global superpower. So, the opportunity to work there is amazing, and I just want to say, it's amazing that we have kind of support from the institutions that allow us to go there and to excavate at scale, to study the ceramic material at scale, and to really take the time and the energy that's needed to work on this material properly. Of course, many of the places that I would like to work on, to answer my question about Sasanian trade, have been very inaccessible. A lot of them are in southern Iran, and over many decades it's been hard to have consistent access to those areas. So the opportunity to work at Cenia is fantastic. And here is a summary of the results. And the results are, well, there's some numbers and there's some pie charts, but those results are staggering, I would say. Absolutely extraordinary. And what you see there on, I think there should be some more captions, but there should be. So the one that's on the far side is the profile of the assemblage from the monastery, and the one closer to me is the profile of the assemblage from the settlement. And in there you can see, and you can also see in the table, 96% of the ceramics from the settlement appear to come from either the southern coast of Iran or from Mesopotamia. 96%, it's extraordinary. So almost the entire ceramic assemblage at Cenia was provided via medium distance exchange within the Gulf over a distance of up to 1,000 kilometers. The other thing that's absolutely crucial to point out in there, we want to know to what extent was the Gulf involved in an Indian Ocean economy at that time. And in those two tables there, you more or less have the answer. In the Sasanian period, around 3% of the pottery comes from long-distance exchange with India. In the period from the 7th to 8th centuries, that percentage rises from 3 to 11%. Huge increase in trade with India at that time. So there, in a nutshell, really, you have what I've wanted to know. And I think maybe this kind of forces us to rethink this question. You know, for quite a long time, I've been downplaying the significance of Sasanian economic control and maritime involvement, largely because of the sort of lack of evidence, really. But I think when you see those kind of numbers, you know, the fact that this settlement, a 10-hectare settlement, was almost entirely provided by ceramics from a long distance away. And of course, the other thing to say here is, we're not looking at ceramics because they have any particular importance. You know, these are broken pots and pans, essentially. This is the detritus of the kind of everyday life. The reason we're looking at this material is because it's the only thing that's there consistently archaeologically, and because it acts as a proxy, we expect, for a whole range of other things that were moving that are archaeologically invisible. All of the foodstuffs, the textiles, the kind of backbone of the maritime economy. So the ceramics give us a kind of trace of what was going on. And the fact that Cenia was almost entirely provided for from outside suggests that it was heavily dependent on territories that we know were firmly under the control of the Sasanian Empire. And so I think that it's now probably the job of historians to come in and explain that more precisely. I think maybe with this new evidence, we can start to think of not Sasanian maritime trade in the Indian Ocean. I think that was the red herring to some extent. But I think what we're actually looking at is a very busy inter-Gulf exchange that was happening at that time. We have one of the largest ports of any period found in the Gulf in Bushehr. It's a port city of over 400 hectares. I don't think there's any other site of that scale found of any period up until the modern time. And we've always wondered, you know, what's the role of Bushehr in the Sasanian period? And I think more and more it was involved with a sort of transshipment between southern Mesopotamia into southern Iran. And again, you see maybe something similar with, if Cenia was a pearling settlement, to me it seems highly likely that it would be under the kind of, perhaps the taxation and the political influence of the Sasanian Empire at that time. So those are my points. Just as a final point, I'd like to say huge thank you to the whole of this excavation team and the archaeologists working at Cenia. None of this results would be possible without their hard work and dedication. And putting together these archaeological sequences, I rely entirely on them. Thank you to the directors of the project, especially the department of Umukawain. And also, people who have helped me very directly with the ceramic study, Noor Al-Mazuki, who's here, and Gen Mitsuishi helped me a lot with ceramic processing. Really appreciate their help. And the ceramic illustrators, Nolwenn Gilbert and Maria Lauses. So thank you.
Thank you. And to continue, like I said earlier, we have one lecture falling out, that of Maria Kaczewska. The next two lectures will focus on the late Islamic period, so the ethnographic element will become more important. The next lecture by Zayed Al-Tabalibe is addressing the date presses in Al-Ain during the late Islamic period, historical and archaeological study. And it is a lecture that will be presented in Arabic, so anyone who wants the translation can ask the ushers, just signal them, and they will give you a translator.
Thank you.
Peace be unto you. My title will be in my beautiful Arabic language. Dear scholars, colleagues, esteemed guests, peace and blessings of Allah to you all. My subject is about the date pressers in Al Ain during the late Islamic period, a historical and archaeological study. This research focuses on three main axes. The first one, the date palm, and I will try in details. I will try to explain the historicity of the date palm in the Arab Peninsula, and especially in the UAE. And the second axis will be about the dates, and the third one is about the date syrup, and the conclusion after that. Phoenix dictyolivera, this is the scientific name for the palm tree. The palm tree is the oldest fruit tree in the Low East and in the Arab Peninsula, and it's very important from a nutritious and economical side. Palm tree entered the humans' life in most of the details of their daily life. He used it in living, in housing, as ceilings, as pillars, furniture, and the utensils and tools. This tree also was present in the religious and the ethos and the beliefs of the Mesopotamia area, and it exists in the religious beliefs, and you can see it's in the stamps and the walls in the palaces and the places of worship. This tree that was related and connected and represents the life, fertility, growth, and it is related to Astor, the god of fertility, and it is present, and also you can find it on the rectangular stamps and on the walls with the gods. So it is always present with the gods, and the goddess Inanna or Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. This goddess is fertilizing these trees. Also, we can find it in different sceneries, and this goddess always holding this palm tree, as shown in the picture. She is catching and carrying the palm tree. This tree also caught the attention of the rulers in Mesopotamia, such, for example, Hammurabi, and in his law, he set legislations, the Article 59 up to 65 legal provisions to care for this tree, in growing it, in not cutting it without a need, without harming this tree. 59, the Article 59 mentioned to punish the people who will attempt to cut this tree or harm it, and also there is a fine at that time estimated of half of a cup of silver. This tree, there is a difference between scholars, especially herbologists. Where did it start? Most, or the first opinion for the Italian scholar Edward Riccardi. He's a famous scholar who claimed that the origin of this tree is in the Arab Peninsula, and many scholars supported that opinion, and some of them even claimed that Delmont might be the root of this tree. From Delmont, it moved from Delmont to Somar, in Mesopotamia. And I remember the Shorjiti said, this is the Sumerian king, said in the third millennium, he said, I am the spoiled one from Bengal. I am like a tree palm in the sacred land of Delmon. This means that Delmon and the importance of Delmon in producing and the existence of this tree and its products in that area at that time. Also, there are other opinions that says that maybe the origin of this tree is from Africa, especially in Egypt, and it moved from Egypt to North Africa and to other regions. And we need more studies in herbology that support one of these claims that might help the archaeologists to understand the origin of this tree. If we move to the heritage, the Islamic heritage, it is full and rich of what is related to the palm tree and to dates. And this tree in most religions, even in Torah and in the Bible, in the Holy Quran, these three heavenly religions, they considered this tree as a sacred, and it has a great importance in the cultures of the people believing these traditions. Also, if we go to religion, we add to what I said previously in the Mesopotamia, at the far east of these pictures, far right of this picture, you see an example. There is a stamp preserved in the museum in the UK. It is called, this is the enticement stamp, and it's well known in the previous histories and in Mesopotamia. The story of origin, the Adam and Eve story, and the sacred tree. Here it is represented by a palm tree, but we know that it is an apple tree. From the right to the left, you see the differences that represent the origin story, and the snake that represents Satan. Also, we also can see Ishtar, the goddess Ishtar. She also is putting a tree, palm tree, in her hand. So we have so many of the Sumerian heritage that is related to the tree, such as stamps, as we said, walls in the palaces. Also, if we move to the other religions and the Christian tradition and the Islamic tradition, it is full of mentioning the palm tree because it represents blessing. It mentions the goodness, the growth. So that's why we see that the representation of this tree in a sacred way and a high value in these two traditions, in these two religions, also was represented in some of the in the walls, and it is part of the Christian art. And the story of the crucifixion of Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him, was supposed to be, he was supposed to be crucified on a palm tree. So it is an integral part of that story, also in the museums, in the gypsum and the art in the paintings, and here you can see the miracle of the palm from the 3 Gospel of Matthew, 13th century AD, and it represents Jesus Christ and Mother Mary. And this is the well-known story in the Christian tradition, and the tree of birth also in chapter Mary in the Holy Quran. If we go to the Islamic tradition, Mother Mary is holding a palm tree. This is from the 16th century manuscript, and it is in one of the manuscripts talking about the stories of the prophets, and it is a fulfillment of, or it is exactly as mentioned also in the Holy Quran, that God has inspired Mary to shake the palm tree to get the dates dropping well after she bore and after delivered her son. So the palm tree is one also of the trees of the heaven, paradise, and it is a blessed tree, and also it's it's part of the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is to eat dates every day. Hopefully the translation is okay. If we go to the linguistic heritage about the date palm, also you see other old languages such as Sumerian, Aramaic, and other Semitic languages are rich with descriptions and details and titles of the date palm tree, its parts, how to use its fruits. For example, if let's take a brief, let's go Gishmar. This is a palm tree used in Sumerian, and it is used during the Akkadian, the Babylonian, with a slight change from Gishmar to Gishmaru. Also, Dikla means palm in Aramaic, and there are so many of the terms that we are still using, and in Jordan some of these words are being used also in Syria and Saudi Arabia. There are so many of the archaeological artifacts that mentions some of the Aramaic and the Akkadian representation or descriptions of tamar or date. Also, phoenix is a Greek word, and Phoenicia is the description of the Syrian shores, and it's very common, and it is maybe connected to this term. Also, tamar, this is in the Old Hebrew language, and Tamar Telmon and Tamar Majan. Now, if we move to what we have received from the paintings and descriptions and engravings or stamps, we find that palm tree in most of the cultures exists in the pharaohs and the Egyptian, old Egyptian, ancient Egypt. You find so many scenery describing and showing the palm tree, the growing, the watering, the harvesting, benefiting from this tree, and also what we have discovered from the paintings that we have discovered in Jordan, in Syria, and so many engravings also representing this palm tree in different sizes. Also from Delmon, we have received seals and stamps. And as you can see here, the stamp seal with date palm dilmun, also in Tel Abraq in Al Quwain, also at the top, the picture at the top. This is a stamp seal that shows the cluster of dates. Also, during the ancient Roman, the palm tree was on the mint. It was during the Roman Empire anti-choke mint. Also in the middle, from the Byzantine period, it is a mosaic church floor in Gaza that shows a palm tree. Also, if you go to the Islamic period, we have here in this picture to the right a mosaic from Baghdad. There is a palm tree, and this mosaic, Al-Hariri Maqamat. This is during Baghdad era in 1237. And the life in Baghdad and the tree that is represented there. Also, we move to another side, which is a materialistic side. Here in the UAE, we have so many evidences. Actual evidences came from different areas, locations. Our colleagues, Dr. Mark Beach and his team, we would like to thank them. It was found in a year or 2 years ago. We found in Mrawah there was a date seed. These samples, and through doing the carbon dating, dates back to the 6,000 BCE, and we are waiting so many researchers in this field in different locations. This sample, this is older than its proceeding, and the team announced it. It was in Dalma, which dates back to the late 6th millennium and to the beginning of the 5th millennium. Also, if you go to Al Ain, also we have good examples from the 3rd millennium BCE. In Healy 8 a location, there are evidences collected from the date seeds and also date branches, remaining of branches. There are so many evidences we have collected about the planting of palms, and it shows us the possibility of oases around Healy 8 in particular, because we found the water irrigation systems. It might have been used for palm trees, and the sample also this sample, and our colleague Sophie Marie that discovered a clump of dates. It looks like a loaf of bread, and it was found in a tomb. As Dr. Mary said, that it might have been used as a food, as an offering, food offering. And during the 3rd millennium BC, the trading was very active, and it was known by the area of Majan. And we saw yesterday how the trees used to, the ships used to go during the Gulf area. And this, in that period, the relations were was growing with the area of Sindh and in Bukhara and the Mesopotamia. This also the vessel in Al Ain Muthaf, Al Ain Museum, and it came from Al Hili. And some of the researchers said that it might have this one used to be used to collect the dates and put on the ships and to be transferred and shipped. So it might have not been original to the area. It might have came from the subcontinent of India. You see also another vessel that it looks like it, and there is a drawing of a tree palm on it. So the care for the tree palm, maybe this vessel used to be to transfer and ship dates. So if we move to Al-Ain, this is the city of oases and the palm trees, as there are so many evidences showing that the possibility of multiple oasis areas during the 3rd millennium BCE, and also by the discoveries of these phalanges, this technology that helped the expansion of the agriculture activities and the irrigation systems. Of course, it's connected to this system, and it continued during the later areas. And you see evidences from the early Islamic era, and I have excavated in the Islamic area in Al-Ain, and we have discovered and unearthed many Aflaj systems, and it goes back to the early Islamic era, and it might have been used to feed an oasis or two. Also, later stages, later areas, the villages around the 5 oases in Al-Ain used to care for producing palm trees, and there were special markets for dates, the date markets locally and up to other areas. Also, at the in the middle of the previous century, the late Sheikh Zayed has a great role to encourage the palm tree growing and to protect oases and to open new irrigation systems. Also, in 2011, the palm trees in Al-Ain were registered on the International Heritage, Global Heritage. It was registered there, so there is a care for this tree. Also, the evidences about the pressers of date. These pressers were found from the 2nd millennium BCE in Al Bahrain Palace. We have found a presser. It used to be. It appears that it was the product, the pressed date syrup, and it would be exported outside. And the evidence for that is to find these vessels and the clay vessels. This picture that you can see in the left, you notice three strips at the neck of this vessel, and it might show that it might be like a trademark for this product exported to Mesopotamia. And there is a research by Aflaj that it also mentioned that these containers or these clay vessels they are existing in Nippur during the Sumerian area. In that city, the same clay vessels that existed, and it is so close to the ones found in Bahrain. And the continuity of producing this product during the Islamic era, and there are so many Islamic relations. Also, there was relations with China because it was exported to China as well. Also, I want to say that this date presser found in Mleha by our colleague Dr. Mali, and it is a great example for the pressers during the Iron Age. If we move to the pressers, or what we call madbasa. Madbasa is not a factory that presses the dates and produce the syrup. This presser is just a place to store, it's like a storing area, and this storage area, there has to, we have to have three elements because to get the date syrup. The first one, the storage area that can be closed without windows and only has a door, and it can be completely sealed. To get the date in and out. The second element also, the heat. Heat, natural heat from the sun. So collecting the dates starting from July and September, August. These times are high in temperatures and might reach to 50 degrees centigrade. This, after putting the date bags inside this room, the room is heated. These bags of palm, a huge number of them, up to 500 bags inside that room at a time, and the pressing from the stacking of these bags and the high temperature, what does it make? It presses the dates, and the syrup starts to go down, and it's collected. And we will talk about that in the next slide. So we get the dips or syrup, and the word dips comes from the word dipsho, the Akkadian word, and this word might have changed to dips that we use today. I'm not saying that indefinite, but this is just an opinion. And there has to be a preparation before the collection and the stacking of the bags of dates. This process, we call it nadd. And the tall dates, palms in the Holy Quran. The tall dates, palms with arranged clusters. So it is organized, this heavenly creation, the organization of this, the palm tree. Also, it's mentioned Abraq. It's like a branch. This amazing creation, and this process of clustering and collecting, it goes through three processes. The first one is called mistah. It is a flat place. The dates are put there to dry them after collection. Then the second phase is to put them in the bags. These are the palm bags, and we call it khisaf. These bags are made from the palm tree leaves after it's dried, and these bags are made, and there are people who are specialized in preparing and creating and knitting, let's say, these bags, or what we call them khisaf. If it's empty, it's called khisaf, and it's full, we call it jirab or yarab in the local dialect, because here locally they change the word j to ye. So if it's empty, it's called khisaf. If it's full, it's called jirab. This is a description. This is how these bags are stacked. And as we said, 400 to 500 bags are stacked in the room. And here, as you see, the process of production of the date syrup in this completely sealed room. And there are some other parts that help in production. Firstly, the channels, or as we call it, akhadid. Each presser includes a number of these channels. It's like groups of channels, and it leads to a main channel and to the place to collect this and gather this dips or the syrup underground. These are, of course, wood, the palm tree wood pillars. We put them under the bags, then we put the bags above them and we stack them, and it's left for almost a month to collect the most amount of dips or syrup. The discovered date presses in Al Ain, we will take only 3 examples, and each example is has something special about it, because we'll mention that each presser represents a type, a certain type. Al-Mas'udi date presser, and Naqfa date presser, and Beit bin Sarur al-Dhahri mad presser. Al-Mas'udi madbasa, our colleagues, they did the excavation in 91, 92, and this area is at the north of Al-Qatara Oasis, so to east of Al Ain, and it is a palm tree forest from the late Islamic period. This picture shows the pressers, Al-Madbasa, and it is a isolated building that is 2 parts, 2 rooms, and a big room, and that leads to the Madbasa or the presser room. And it represents a completely separate building. This is a layout, and you see there are almost 45 channels, and these channels are groups of channels, each group almost 11 channels, and that collect, and that the date syrup is collected under the floor, and then it is put in certain containers to use it later. Also, here you see a Naqfa Madbasa. This is an amazing and strategic location. It is a high-rise in the northern of Hafid mountain, the Mount of Hafid, and you can see in this area there is a Naqfa fort. It's an old fort from the late Islamic period, and there was a date presser found there. This is the second type, the second madbasa that is found inside a fort or next to a fort. But unfortunately, the situation of that presser that we excavated and our colleague Ahmed Al-Haj excavated during 2004 and was not preserved, and it was harmed because also maybe that this presser is at an uneven area, and maybe the water of the rain might have affected it. Also, the third madbasa, which is Beit Ben Sarour al-Dhahri, I have excavated in that house that includes also a presser in 2005 and 2006, and we unearthed a madbasa in good situation, good condition. In this picture, you see to the right of the screen, there are 3 clusters of channels, and in each cluster there is a number of channels and beams, and that leads to the places of collection of syrup. And it was found in one of the rooms and you see the picture in the left. The room was to the left, and this madbasa was found in that room. Also, some things found in that madbasa: 3 Anna coins, and that dated to the East India Company, dated at 1885, and some glazed jars. Our colleague also, Peter Shahan, discovered some of the pressers around Al-Jimi and Al-Qattara. And at the end, we can classify the pressers into 3 types of pressers: the separate date presses and date presses inside forts, and the date presses inside houses. These are the 3 types of presses, and here I reach the conclusion of my presentation. My esteemed colleagues, and I have finished. Thank you. I hope that I have interested you with these informations. Thank you very much.
Lecture on the date palm and the Basa. We now move on to the last lecture of this morning with Dr. William Zimmery, Ethnoarchaeology of the Madgaan, the craft heritage tradition of incense burners in the Northern Emirates, the Musandam Peninsula, and the Southern Arabian Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. And it's a pleasure to be here. I thank the Sheikh Zayed National Museum and Dr. Peter McGee for the invitation to speak today. The vast study of Arabian incense and perfumes and their entangled relationship with handicrafts found in the region has been in its developing stages for quite some time now. And I would say within the last 5 years, we've made significant strides trying to understand the nature of the problem. My presentation today outlines some of the many, I should say, interdisciplinary analytical approaches to the problem. First, focusing on the ethno-archaeological practices at its core as a sort of documentary practice, both on the ground and theoretically, but also then looking at some of the laboratory scientific material science work we've been doing by producing more data and data structures for other lines of evidence that include and can be used for experimental archaeology. I would like to contextualize the research that we've been performing over the last decade, but then also highlight some of the new studies we've been doing in the last year, particularly over at NYU Abu Dhabi on Saadiyat Island. We have this project called Raya, which is the Arabic word for scent, and so I will contextualize all of that within the project itself. To my mind, and probably to most of the audience members here, the topic of incense burners, which is a topic that does not need a defense or a warrant for investigation, given the replication of these forms monumentally, which you see here on display in the landscape. These are significant insights into the heritage value and the legacy of these forms in the region. And I think this slide shows you the two main types of incense burners I would like to speak about today, which continue especially throughout the Islamic period and into the present day as forms that are still manufactured. As I do this, and we'll have an exchange terminology that exists, the Arabic terminology, the Semitic terminology for incense burners is always based on the burning of something as a functional technological device. These words then denote various different types of burners that are in existence. And so how we define the morphology of these forms, the types of incense burners we see, where they came from and where they went, and how they evolved over time, as a way that we can interrogate their attributions, we can then discover how they are a good fit, designed to be a good fit, made by local communities over time, as something that we can then begin to explore and interrogate more deeply. The production of Jofarware by the Shihu tribe ceased in the 1970s, as many of you know, bringing an end to the pottery making tradition that had lasted for 600 years. And the Wadi Hakil clay resources then, just a few kilometers north of Ras Al Khaimah, has since been given over to modern industrial uses. But characterized Jofarware by their broad and wide bellies, heavy rims, and relatively narrow necks, fitted with thick wooden stoppers. These vessels are typically gray, beige in color, with simple decorated chain ridging. But the incense burners were anything but simple in design and decoration. And we are left with the memory of these forms, and the memory for how to make these forms. As some of the individuals we've been interviewing recently tell us that they learned to make the pottery as children, but abandoned it as other training opportunities arose given development. But still produced today as Lima and Alama pottery, where on the eastern side of the Mediterranean peninsula of the southeastern Arabian Peninsula, these forms are indeed still in circulation throughout most of the Emirates, and all of the northeastern peninsula, sold in the markets and found as inventory in stores and on display in almost every public and private museum throughout the UAE. And it's these forms that I'd like to begin with to examine in greater detail within the broader context of ethno-archaeological work that I've done for the past 10 years. And I make mention then to the work we did before in ethno-archaeology. Since 2011, we worked in Dhofar, examining the hundreds of potters that are in existence, making the square cube-shaped form. And knowledge about that particular form has increased due to that work. Knowledge about the population of the craftswomen who make them was essential then to helping us understand a bit more about the archaeological interpretation of these forms that were coming out of the ground at key sites in the southern Arabian Peninsula. Like all craft products, ceramic technology does not just consist of material objects and their constituent raw materials, but also the technologies that are used to make them, and then finally also the cognitive knowledge, motor habits necessary to design and produce them. And the knowledge and muscle syntax, the dexterity that's often required to make something like a square form, which is not necessarily an easy form to master in all its perfection. That dexterity is necessary to fabricate pottery, and it's transmitted from person to person by social processes. As archaeologists, we have a long-standing tradition of recognizing the value of using contemporary societies to understand ancient ones, where the two are linked directly in a historical way. And this often works then by tracing the steps involved as a biography of choices and the functioning aspects of both cognitive decision-making and also then in the process of thinking with one's fingers. And here you see then in the Dhofar sequence, the chain, the social processes that are used to actually go through the steps of making incense burners, from obtaining clay and coiling to pinching, to rubbing the form with sesame seed oil, to then burnishing and open firing, and then onto the markets, where traditional forms were fired out in the open. And much like on the other end, in Macendum, the same pattern had happened for enormous periods of time. And so as archaeologists, we can begin to talk about the value of ethnoarchaeology, observing the processes whereby once we see how a potter assembles the form before our eyes, conversely for us, we are disassembling the process, trying to understand the process of how these bits and pieces, these steps fit together to form a deep assembly. And the more we can then think about it and create the analogies from the present to as ways to explore the past, we can then begin to think about our own assemblages. Therein lies the caveat a bit, because we know that there are serious limits and caveats to ethnoarchaeology. And the history of ethnoarchaeology in particularly the north of Macendum, right, has been studied by a few already, Jeffrey King, Michelle Zukowski, as well as Paulo Costa. So what I hope today that my study will show you is that some of the visual aspects of what we can see before our eyes through the ethnographic videos that we've been taking for the last 10 years. The process of incense burner making in Macendum is a deeply intricate process. And we were fortunate to work with these 3 women for over the course of 2 days, which you see on the one side of the slide. In Lima, we were flown in by helicopter to begin to work with them as pottery crafts. This process then we documented over the course of 2 days, the results of actually forming a cone to create the base of the incense burner, then coiling to create the second half of the incense burner, and then the actual tooling and the use of tools to create the hundreds of intricate designs that you'll find on something like a northern incense burner. And then finally, the application of red dye, which you see here. You can look at, in this video, some of the coiling processes that are taking place. The actual potter will use 2 types of clay, sometimes mixed together, and these 2 clays are mixed together roughly with water and then worked into a clay body. The burner is formed in the earliest stages with a base, and then upon the base, clay coils are formed, rolling between the potter's hand to create the upper half of the incense burner, as you see here. Traditionally now, more than 20 tools are made with this form or used to make this form in the individual pottery making, in the turning and the refining and the direct decorating of the vessel, making it a highly intricate geometric overlaid pattern onto the surface. Beyond the utilization of indigenous raw materials that are often sparing, and they are generally repeated and used. Wheel heads are used and exchanged. And here you see that in this video, 10 or more of them. And this is a fairly interesting process that likely, to my mind, is an indigenous knowledge practice. No other pottery making practice in the United Arab Emirates or the Sultanate of Oman do we find this, but here in the Northern Emirates and Macendum Peninsula. These wheelheads could be swapped to the productive processes, speeding up the processes. So as one form of the body of the vessel is semi-drying, another form can be exchanged, and up to 10 or more wheelheads are used in the process, where the work is then set and placed aside as the clay dries. When semi-dry, the base is returned to the wheel, slowly rotated, and then we begin to see the application of these rocker stamps. More than 20 of them pressed against the side of the clay in rotation. The faster the potter moves, this allows the potter to move these wheel bases made of clay or the wheelhead made of wood. The faster they can actually finish the form and create the complicated patterning, which you see here, then actually transforming a new pattern onto the surface by exchanging the tools. The first one was an X pattern. This one is a sort of zigzag seesaw pattern being applied to the surface decoration, which is once almost leather hard. These techniques can be employed onto the form. When we interviewed the potters, we realized that, and there has been some mention of this before, but we were more active in the curiosity of this case, that the same families were involved in multiple crafts. And so whereas the women and the men may make incense burners traditionally, the men would also make the very touchstone Algiers, axe head, and walking sticks. And then this is a subject for another paper at another time, which I'll talk about, but what you can see here is a similar phenomenon of these decorative patterns being repeated with a different tool set, but a robust tool set, and the jeers then being a small object of 3 or 4 centimeters, which can be held into the hand, but worked by the processes of plunging the blades into cool water to maintain malleability and heating and hammering. One of the final steps in this process before burning is the painting of the form with a red slip, and broad bands of red color slip were applied to the rim and the handle and the receptacle on the base. Here you also then see the wheel heads and a red iron oxide color dyeing agent applied with the use of a feather, trim feather, partially wrapped with a thread and encased in an additional length of a feather shaft, was used to highlight the rim, the handle, and the other features of the burner prior to firing. This video takes us back on the one side to the very beginning of how to make the form, as these potters do work in groups. To my knowledge now, this was 2011 and 2012 when we worked. There were roughly a family of 13 potters working. Not that many, but working together and always working in groups. On the one side, we see the beginning of the form as a cone of clay, the shape of the receptacle or the base being formed. On the other side, you see the application of the red slip onto the burner itself, and then the wheel heads constantly being used to help speed up the productive process. Potters told us that they can make usually 10 to 40 incense burners per week. This also changed depending on the type of, or the demand of who needed incense burners, the festivals coming up in the Sultanate of Oman and in the United Arab Emirates, and also then just various seasons, religious holidays and so forth, when the demand might increase or when during that time the potters worked less. There's also the factor of seasonality. During the summer, less work was done. Also periods of rain, which could impact, or seasons of rain, which could impact productive processes. We see some of the revival of these traditions in the United Arab Emirates as a family of men are making the incense burners, being trained to make the incense burners. And when we see this, we often can see this sort of attached specialization that is occurring in workshops and the attachment to festivals and centers where these men are asked to work, men from Ras Al Khaimah. And the study of the contemporary aspects, here you see them actually laying out the form, creating a handle as if the handle is glued to the form due to the application of water and clay. A study of the contemporary production of incense burners reveals that even in a highly evolved system of pottery for tourism, festivals, and whatnot, production is still, or can be, based upon traditional technology that may be in the family and may be household. When household production dominates craft production, the process of household reproduction and perpetuation will still account for the transmission of the craft from family member to family member or generation to generation. And here you see the completed form, almost completed form prior to painting, firing and painting. Now, we've been tracking the sort of production of these forms in the marketplace, and one thing we're actually actively seeing is the square cuboid form in a modern replicated form in the Friday markets north of here, and these forms are made by a mold. This is a Dhofari form from the south of Arabia and Yemen, and you can draw a circle on where this form appears, Dhofar, the Hadramaut, and Socotra Island. That seems to be the tradition of this form. As I said, for years we spent a lot of time tracking it. It has been a subject for over 15 years of mine, which began with my doctoral dissertation years ago, mapping these cuboid incense burners. They are the oldest form and their continuity in existence, starting with a form like this in 2250 BC from Ras Al Jins. And if you know the story, when the excavators found it on the coast, the coastal site, the Western excavators didn't quite know what it was, but the workmen did, and they made the various gestures of hospitality that one makes before a majmara, the hospitalities of an incense burner. I've mapped hundreds of these across the landscape, pre-Islamic ones especially. We have a number of them from sites here in the UAE. And when we map them on the landscape, we really can see two routes. You know, the question is, how do you track a trade based on combustibles? Well, one way to do it is to the material correlates that are there. And we really do see two routes that are there. Many stone forms along the western side, hugging the coast on the overland caravan routes, and many clay sources on the left side or the eastern side, running up towards the Mediterranean, which was a combination of maritime trade, and then routes running up the Euphrates River. These forms are particularly interesting because it shows us a 5,000-year-old continuity of making square, cube-shaped incense burners from roughly 2000 BC right to the present day. And so in 2011, we began our investigation in Dhofar to try to understand exactly how these forms were made and how they were entangled or linked to the Baswelia Sakra natural resource, or luban in Arabic, the milky white substance known today in English in its Latinized form as frankincense. These forms continue into the Islamic period, so we have them, a nice typology of them through the Islamic period. We have them at Al-Balid, and this typology also extends then into the UAE. Here's a form from Dhofar, again, cuboid, with its horns from the likely late 1980 excavations by the Japanese team. And thanks to Anissa for finding this for me in the Ras Al Khaimah Museum. Incense burner making in Dhofar, just like it is in the north of here, is a complicated process. It's a hand mold process, and here you see it laid out before you, from the actual shaping of the clay and molding it into a box to the carving out of horns and the architectural features that we see here. And the interesting thing about this is we did hundreds and hundreds of interviews with potters to try to understand what were the cognitive practices going through their minds. And the women make them here, not men. And so the process is that the potter really does see this in a way as an architectural form, using the geometric shapes that one would find off the mud brick buildings of the surrounding area, the ones that are no longer really in use. The potter will then extend, after making the square form, both sides. Will generally make two sides the same way, or all four sides the same way. And the potter will extend roughly from the right to the left side, or sometimes filling out the left side to the right side, and then attacking that central area of the incense burner, what I call a sort of central field of view, putting the most prominent geometric designs in there for display. The tools there are no longer traditional, given the development that has taken place. And so we have found mostly the traditional tools, up here in the northern part of the Emirates in Musandam Peninsula. But the coiling methods here show you some of the differences in making something like such as a square form versus a circular form being handmade. One of the things that we were able to do, because Dhofar is an enormous region, is begin to work on the east side and then the west side. So on the east side is the video you just saw before, closer to Salalah, the main city. The western side, we were, after about 5 years, invited to go from house to house. And excuse the quality of the video being a bit dark. One of the things is that the videos are not necessarily performative, although potters are performative, but we were catching potters in action on that very day that they were making incense burners, so we were not necessarily asking them to make them in advance, right? We were trying to get this as natural as possible so we can see some of the processes. On the eastern side, we could sort of see the epistemological differences cognitively taking place between the potters and the systems that are there, the cultural processes. And we were at a point, in fact, where we could trace the lines of how one potter taught another potter from the east side versus the west side. On the west side, it's less of a coiling process, but actually making slabs of clay, building them as if you're building a slab box, an architectural feature, or an architectural box as you see here, measuring out, and I say use the term, the potter is often thinking with, the potter is thinking with her fingers, measuring out the forms, right? And this is why you get such a diversity of dimensions, because of different hands making these individual forms. No two are ever the same, and in antiquity, very rarely do we find two incense burners ever the same. We also have wonderful videos where we caught children at the end of the day coming home from school and then running up as they came into the house, running up to their mothers, girls, and rolling out the incense, rolling out and coiling out, or creating small slabs next to their mother as they were working. And this began to dawn on me that we are dealing with a system, an unconscious system of the form that is based upon a rote system, learning at home. And the potter then just naturally making a decision of choices as she's moving along to make the form fit. The whole purpose of this is at the end of the day, the form has to fit. It has to fit well, it has to be assembled well, and it has to work at the final as a technological device to burn incense. And so hundreds of hours of videos like this we've produced over the last decade, as ways to help archaeologists think about their own ceramic collections, particularly when it comes to incense burners. And here finally then we see the decoration of a cuboid incense burner in Salalah at one of the craft centers. Again, we see this common motif of a dot and circle pattern being formed. Dofaris will often spread out sesame seed oil over the form to try to strengthen the clay, make it more malleable for the application of the design. That's what has happened here. And there is audio to those videos. We took out the audio for the time being, but we are in the process of transcribing all the interviews, and they will be published. Some of this has been published in a small book a number of years ago that I did. I was fortunate to come across also because I wanted to understand a bit how far back do we know this type of incense burner. We're fortunate to have a photo from Bertram Thomas's expedition in 1930s where he captured an incense burner in the hand of a Tofari. As he said it, the cow has ceased to lactate, and it's the result of the evil eye or Einbalis, and the remedy then is frankincense, right? And that was burned, circling or moving the incense burner 3 times and then saying an incantation. We don't have the incantation, but part of the work that we did was we also documented, and we find them mostly in Dhofar, the prayers that were associated with, that were said once before an incense burner. So, for example, one that's common, and we had a number of women in their 90s at the time, a few years back, who recited the prayer to us in a recorder. Ya Luban, so O Luban, O frankincense, you who go to the heavens, keep away from us the hatred of the enemy. So a sort of protective, apotropaic prayer that was said before these incense burners. Now that's the ethnography we've done. We had a lot more questions, though, about the application of the forms. And when you look at the incense burners from the late first millennium from Yemen, as many that we have, they often are inscribed with the names of perfumes or actually aromatics in South Arabian. And so we've compiled those lists of names and to try to understand exactly what was buried inside of these forms, what was burned inside of these forms. And we began a process of organic residue analysis at the university by building up a lab on perfume and ancient incense. And this has been the core of our project, besides our ethnography work, to try to actually do analysis of the residue. And so we started with one incense burner that I had from my doctoral dissertation days that I had studied, and that's the incense burner from the Penn Museum, 324050 of ore, excavated by Woolley, and then deposited in the collection for almost 100 years. And we sampled the collection. We ran an FTIR at the Penn Museum, and we had a small peak in hydrocarbons that seemed to warrant the further testing of this. This was the only one of a number of them that we tried to test and see if we can understand what was burned inside of them. In order to do that, we began a process of principal component analysis, or what's called PCA, and this allows us to then insert all the archaeological samples we have, right, plot them out on a map by also plotting out our standards, and we also took samples directly from the field in Dhofar of frankincense, Boswellia sacra, and of myrrh, and then plotted them on the map. Many of the samples their aggregate were much closer to the chemical features of frankincense. The residues were much closer to the chemical features of frankincense rather than myrrh, which you can kind of see on this plot. So we were canceling out, and in every sample we tested, we've now tested almost 10 of them, not one of the residues from 10 different incense burners that are all pre-Islamic, cube-shaped, not one has actually ever produced myrrh. So we can cancel out myrrh samples, right, or that the fact that these were myrrh burners. In this particular case, we targeted our approach was targeted to run some of the samples on a triple cod, what we call liquid LC-MS, liquid chromatography, mass spec. And in this targeted approach, we targeted particular compounds and their features. Why LC-MS? It's because they're small molecules we're looking for. And the approach we use is highly focused, looking specifically for these key chemical features such as boswellic acid. And in our analysis, we were able to actually find two of the features of boswellic acid. In this case, O-acetyl, 3-O-acetyl, 11-keto boswellic acid, and alpha boswellic acid. So two of the key fingerprints for burning frankincense in this vessel. And this has been published rather recently, so you can check out the article at the bottom of the page. It'll come out very shortly in 2025. We did a few more at the request of various archaeologists. This particular one is a incense burner of cuboid shape. This one has a handle, likely from post-Achaemenid period, from the old part of Jerusalem. This was the PEF, the Palestine Exploration Fund, so it was sitting in London for quite some time. And in this case, three of the features of boswellic acid were discovered from LC-MS testing. So further having another line of evidence to increase the identification of what was maybe perhaps burned in these things, in these forms. And then a third one from the Temple of the Winged Lions, roughly about first to 2nd century AD in Petra. Again, we brought the residue here at the request of the archaeologists, and 3 of the features of boswellic acid, terpenoids, were found, furthering the identification of frankincense. So, all of this is part of a larger research study on perfume called Rahia at the university. These are the many things that were involved in the processes that I've talked about today. And I would say this is, lastly, as I end, is that the other aspect that we're doing is documentation. So we have some 3D forms we've been printing from the various museum collections. And these 3D forms are, as you can see, very capturing all the details of the actual object itself. The only thing I would say is just don't burn any residue in them because they're made of plastic. So thank you very much. And if you have incense burners you're finding in your excavations, please do contact us. We're here to help and assist. Thank you.
Please have a seat for can I invite the speakers for the eventual questions of the public? So the session is open for questions. I don't know whether maybe the explanations were so obvious and so good that you don't have any questions left, but otherwise, please, this is the moment. Arabian.
I have a question for Dr. Dia, so please allow me to ask in Arabic. دكتور ضياء، العرض التقديمي عن المدبسة كان جميل. يمكن فاتني بس أفهم تفصيل صغير بخصوص أنت ذكرت إنه المدبسة مقسمة لأجزاء بداخلها يعني، لكن هل هذا التقسيم سببه مشان الحركة داخلها أو مشان التقسيم إنه كل شخص كان ياخد مساحة معينة، أو كمان لأنه عملية التخزين مش ميكانيكية أساساً؟ فهل إلها علاقة بإنه مشان يزيد الضغط على المساحة مشان هيك كانت تقسمت لمساحات أصغر بداخل الغرفة؟ بس إذا بتقدر تفسر لنا الموضوع.
شكرا. بخصوص عملية تقسيم الأجزاء يعني المتعلقة في الفيتشرز هذه اللي هي المدبسة، أعتقد ما له علاقة بمساحة وحجم يعني كمية أو عدد الأشخاص اللي بيدخلوا وبالتالي بنظموا عملية تخزين الأكياس. لا، هناك يعني خلال التنقيبات عثرت على مدابس كبيرة الحجم وهناك أيضا مدابس صغيرة الحجم. في السلايد اللي عرضته بخصوص المدابس اللي تم العثور عليها في منطقة الخريس في بيت ابن راشد وكذلك الظاهري طبعا، وفي ابن عاتي نقف فيها زميلنا تيم وبيتر شيحان. هذه مدابس مقسمة إلى يعني كبيرة الحجم وربما يعني أكثر من فترة، أو ربما تدل على تشير إلى كمية الإنتاج للدبس وهذه العملية التي كانت تنتج كمية كبيرة وتسوق إلى الأسواق المحلية وغيرها. لكن كمساحات يعني المساحات لا تشير إلى شيء يعني بخصوص الأشخاص أو بخصوص ما يتعلق بجوهر أساسي بالنسبة للمدبسة. فالمدبسة مخططها متشابه، مخطط واحد، عناصرها واحدة، غرفة وقنوات ومصبات فقط. نعم.
Yep. Question, yeah.
Thank you very much to all three speakers for some really excellent, informative talks. I have a question for Seth, actually. Please, can you tell us a little bit more about the locally produced types in the late antique and early Islamic periods at Cenia? What do they look like? How visible are they in the archaeological record? And what do you think the potential application for regional surveys could be?
Yeah, thank you.
In a concise manner, because it's a huge question.
It's not too huge. Yeah, no, thank you for the question. It's really interesting, and actually that was one of the points I was hoping I was going to make during the presentation and missed out. But yeah, there is this local regional ceramics. They're often handmade, low-fired cooking pots. And one of the really big changes, I was sort of in that presentation, I was drawing this contrast between this earlier dated assemblage from the settlement and the later one from the monastery. And another of the, I kind of pointed to the Indian material and other things, but another of the huge changes is in that in the settlement assemblage, there's almost no locally made material. And then there is a big change as you go into the early Islamic period, with about a third of the assemblage being made of these like locally made cooking pots. So that is a kind of huge kind of reconfiguration that happens. And on the last point I'll make is that, you know, relating that to regional surveys and excavations, this material is going to be incredibly useful for defining that this period that's been quite hard to recognize up until now, the pre-Abbasid 7th, 8th centuries. Thank you.
Sorry. Yep.
A short question, I think, for Dr. Zimmerli, just to be clear. You showed the women for at least for Ras Al Khaimah and Masandam and said that they worked in groups. You showed that. Fortuitously, in front of each woman was a burner in a different stage of production. Since these are craftspeople, I'm assuming they're each working through the full process, but my question is that what's happening, or are they passing the same thing around to each one doing a different part of an assembly line process.
Right. Yes, that's a great question because I don't think the video showed that, and the context is each one was working on their own at various different stages. So, and over the course of 2 days, we have videos of 3 and then 6, right, all working on their own from the same household, same family. And various of those forms are in different stages. Over the course of the week, if it's a very productive stage, they might be making 40, right? So they're all in different stages because of the drying processes. The base has to dry first and become like leather hard, and then the second piece then is added. The wheel heads then are vitally important to the productive process as well. The fact that you can have many of them and be swapping back and forth. So yeah, each one is working on their own in the process of that. And those videos were Missendum, yeah, of the women.
I think we have time for one more question there, and then other question I think afterwards during lunch you can still address directly the speakers. But the last question now.
Yeah, hello, question also for William. You showed, are they only making incense burners or are they making other forms as well?
Yeah, they're both groups are making other forms as well. So it's a repertoire of all pottery. So you know, juglets and small cosmetic vessels and Laban vessels, and yeah. So we, because of the project, we focus specifically on incense burners. But there's another stage next, is to try to sort of link how it all works together, because the potters, you know, they're not just incense burner makers. The incense burners are the most highly decorated of all the forms, but there's an overlap in the pottery production processes in both places. So we've spent most of our time, though, on the incense burner, almost all of our time on the incense burners.
And you also showed you had groups of women working together and men working together as seemingly as sort of separate, working separately. Was there, did they work together at any point during the process of making pottery, but was it always a separate kind of?
So the data from Dhofar, because we did that a long time, that was fine, and I was living down there, you know, based down there at the university and with the Diwan of the Royal Court. So once after a year, when we got to a point where people were much more comfortable, we were allowed into homes. And then we saw a very different atmosphere than, let's say, a festival. So in a festival, sometimes people work alone because they've been commissioned. But in the home, they always work in groups, potters. And you know, even in our videos, there's a lot of chit-chat in the background, discussion in the background about all sorts of things, right? Because the potters are just enjoying working together, usually about 3 or 4 from the same family, right? And that's where there's that shared sense of knowledge taking place as well, because they're helping each other out. If a form collapses on them, they all sort of laugh, right, when the form collapses, and then one comes over and starts to pull up some more clay and start to help each other in the process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the speakers then, and we make our stop for the lunch now and return in about 1 hour. Thank you.
Hey, hey. Oh, there we go. Yeah, check 2. Hey, hey. Check 2. Hey, hey. Check 2. Hey, hey. Hey. Hey, hey. It actually does sound pretty good. Pop, 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 pop. There we go. Hey, hey. Check 2. Hey, hey. Check 2. Hey, hey. Check 2. Aha. Check 2. Hey, hey. Check 2. Aha. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check. Hey, hey. Aha. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Sa, c'est ça, c'est ça. C'est ça, c'est ça. Ha ha ha. Pop, 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 popcorn, 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 popcorn. There we go. Hello. Say, say, say. Sing, 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 sing. 2, 2, check yeah. Hey, 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 hey. Sing, sing. Check yes, check 2. 1, 2, check, check. I move to the side, it should work. I move to the other side, it should work. Sa, sa, sa. Sing, 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 sing. Check here, check 2. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, it's getting there. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2. Check, yeah. C'est ça, c'est ça. So I will speak at this level because many people were speaking at this level. If you can hear me or if you can lift it up to a slight pop, 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 pop. There we go. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop. Ha, ha. Hey, hey, sa, sa. Hey, hey, sa, sa. 1, 2, check 2. So I will speak at this voice. You should be able to hear me. You should be able to understand what I'm trying to say without popping the mic. Everything is good, everything is good. Ha ha ha, say, hey, hey, hey. If I move out, you're gonna be able to hear me? Yes, you will. Sa, 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 hey, hey, hey. But if I speak like this, are you gonna be able to hear me? Ha ha ha, say, check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Thank you. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Welcome back to this thing. Sa sa sa, sing sa sa, sing sa sa, sing sa sa, sing sa sa. Check 2. Hey 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 hey. Ha ha ha. 1 2 check. 1 2 check. Check. 1 2 check. 1 2 check. 1 2 check. 1 2 check. Sa check, ch, 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 ch. Okay. You happy with that? There's still a bit of a see, say, 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 say. There, you almost have it, you almost have it. Say, 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 yeah? So if I speak this softly, are you able to hear me? Yeah, they can. And if I speak loudly, you're able to control me? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna put on handheld 1 and this mic, and we try and match. Yeah. Hello. Oh, yeah, just drop this one. That is loud. Loud it is. Loud, 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 handheld, podium, handheld, podium, 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 podium. There we go. Hi, podium, handheld, 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 podium, handheld, podium. Hi, handheld, podium, handheld, podium, handheld, podium, handheld, podium. All good? One sec. Check 2, 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 check 2. Okay, that sounds about the same level. Yep, it should be fine. This should be fine also. Sir, good. Yeah, that's fine. 2.
One, two, okay, it's okay. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We're starting the third session of the last last day of this conference. We have actually 3 speakers. We start with Dr. Christian Field. His presentation is about the archaeological history of the As-Souk inside the pearl fishing town of Jazirat Al Hamra. Please, Dr. Christian, come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm talking about the Souk of Jazirat Al Hamra. Jazirat Al Hamra is the pearl fishing town about 20 kilometers southwest of Ras Al Khaimah, and is really the last place in the UAE and probably in the Gulf where a complete town, pre-oil town, has been survived and has not been really destroyed by modern development until after the beginning of the 70s. And in the since 2015,
work has been done in Jazirat Al Hamra to excavate and to restore some of the buildings inside Jazirat Al Hamra. And I'm talking about the area of the Souk, which is in the northern part, the northernmost part of the island. And to get a little bit clearer, this is actually a map, sorry, I go back once. This is a map from 1977 where Jazirat Al Hamra was still Jazirat, an island, which is not now because all the area around Jazirat Al Hamra has been landfilled in the 80s to make space for new housing projects of the population of Jazirat Al Hamra, which left the old town. One of the reasons why it is still preserved today. So this is a souk. In red you see the souk shops which are still standing today, 17 altogether. And you see in green a mosque next to it, and the mosque and the souk development have something to do with each other. That's the reason why I'm very briefly talk about the mosque at this place. This is called the Masjid bin al-Samikh, and when we excavated this mosque to understand the development of this mosque, because this mosque has this iconic minaret, which is probably one of the earliest minarets in the United Arab Emirates. As I don't know if people know this, the mosques in the UAE did not have really a minaret. They had some prayer platform in the courtyards or sometimes on the roof, but the minaret is really something which was introduced only in the second half of the 20th century. It's a small mosque in green here on this reconstruction, or on this drawing, with a courtyard, a platform, the minaret in the corner, and the washroom at the eastern end. And when we excavated the inside, we were quite surprised because we suddenly had 3 different floor levels, and not only 3 different floor levels, but 3 different floor levels with different pillars. We're the first and the lowest level here in brown with a square pillar, another level green with a round pillar, and then the uppermost one with floor tiles and sand brick of the somewhere after the second half of the 20th century. And we first thought it's a really long history, which is mosque. But when we looked at the outside, we could see it reflected the outside as well. And you can see here the different mosques and the phasing. You can see also on the outside, you have sort of different plastering processes. And you see a lower part is quite well plastered. The upper part is less well plastered. And we could really identify that the lowest part is belonging to the square pillars. And it seems to be that this mosque never was finished. It stopped at this level where you can see here. So it was built in the typical layer technique of the pre-1950s style of building. And this was finished somewhat later, but not as nice, with somebody with much less sort of knowledge than the earlier ustads. And then suddenly on top of that we have sand bricks which come in the 1950s. A new roof is raised, and these are the very thin pillars on the inside. And the most interesting thing is really the minaret, because the minaret is an interesting mixture of techniques. We have to say that in 1954, 1955, so-called sand bricks arrived as a new building material in the UAE. Until then, you had only in the coastal environments coral or beach rock, so fossilized sand which you took from the beach. And these sand bricks were pressed sand which was mixed with mortar to really form bricks, and this is revolutionized the building process. But this minaret is quite interesting because the base is built with coral and beach rock. The torus of the minaret is built in sand bricks, so it is very clearly built after 1954, 1955. But the roof, they were not able to build with these sand bricks. They couldn't build a dome with sand bricks. So this is, again, very, very traditionally built with the way they built domes pre-1950s. They made a plaster form of the dome. They made 7 slabs of this plaster form and distributed them equally, and then they filled the areas between these plaster forms with light coral and plaster to really stick it together. And it works. It's still standing today. It's the way domes were built in pre-1950 way. So it's a combination of both techniques, but it gives us an indication when this mosque was built, in the middle of the 1950s. And that's more or less the reconstruction. It seems to be that the early mosque was built in the 1930s, and then stopped, maybe because of the Second World War and the financial problems. It was finished in 1954, 1955, with a mixture of still traditional techniques and the coming of the sand bricks. And then a little bit later, it was, the roof was removed, it was raised, a platform was built on the outside. But this probably happened in the 1960s, because after the 1960s, the village was left. So it is very crazy that we have 3 different mosques in about 1 generation. But the mosque is still important for the understanding of the development of the souk in the second part. We really, the souk shops were restored, but we really didn't have time or didn't really concentrate on the souk before the touristic development of Jazirat Al Hamra started. And here actually is the mosque was talking about in the background, and you can see the shops are in the foreground in 1 row on rows on both sides of the souk, of the mosque. And so we started to think about looking into the different areas to understand if there was anything happening in the souk before these buildings we stand. And my colleague Arek Klimovic really got the task to look after the souk, and we divided it in 3 different areas, Sector A, B, and C, where we really try to understand if the souk is really only the 17 buildings or what is happening there. And we were quite surprised. Sector A, there were no shops. Even people said to us there should be shops there, but it was just a large square, an open square, probably a walled area, maybe to keep animals during souk times, or to keep bulk material and have a little bit of security by having this wall around it. But we used this area to really do a deep trench, and this deep trench was quite interesting, because this deep trench showed a sequence of events. You see at the bottom the reddish earth, Jazirat Al Hamra, the red island, more or less the original sand of the island, but then more than 1.20 meters of sedimentation materials, probably just kitchen dump, which the whole village must have brought because of the huge stack there. It's full of ashes, charcoal, animal bones, pottery shards, and anything which was probably found in a household and people didn't want to keep any longer. And they probably did this to fill a gap in the area which is here marked in orange or light red. Was not used for houses. And a reason might have been that this was a depression. The coastline is more or less where the souk shops are, original coastline was where the souk shops are. So they filled this depression to be able to use this area. Area Sector B was more interesting. 2 trenches had been dug at the beginning when the souk shops, which are still standing, were renovated, and some excavations were done before. A few walls were noted, but there was no really time to do anything further. And so when Abraq opened these areas, suddenly it was full of shops. These are shops in the central area between these two trenches, which you can see here. And then we were told we should look to the west. There should be more shops. And yes, there were more shops to the west of this area. And then we followed the shops more to the north. And more or less these shops went until the compound walls of the houses. Everything was set full of shops. And further areas were excavated, even between the shops which are existing, more shops were found. And then, even beyond the road or the central area, shops were found in, to the north of it. Altogether, you can see here quite a number of shops which were discovered, none of which was still standing, none of which we knew anything about it, but which really changed our picture from Jazirat Al Hamra. And then we were taught in the north of the Souk, in the south of the Souk we should look, and yes, of course, what did we find? More shops. At least 10 structures were excavated, and in the areas which are where you don't see shops, we did trenches, so there are really no shops in these areas, but at least 10 more structures were excavated in these areas. And this is quite fascinating if you take this together. These are the shops which are existing today, 17 shops. Some of them, 5 actually, are built with, from coral and beach rock, but all the others are built after 1955, but these are only 12 shops. And then we can add this together. So we have a much larger shop. But actually, when you look at the different types of and techniques of building, you can divide 2 phases. The phase before 1955, when these new sand bricks came in, when building of houses and shops was much easier, and the towns were filled in a very fast manner. In a few years, you see houses everywhere where you could see Arish constructions or other things only before. And when we divide this into 2 phases, in the first phase, these are all the shops, standing and not standing, which are built with coral and beach rock. And this is quite a substantial sum. These are more than 40 shops, which is something you would expect in a small town with more than 400 compound houses, that you have a shop, a souk of that size. And actually, it's quite interesting because this souk is more or less built from south to north, from the village to the coast. And you have 2 main souk roads with shops on both sides of these roads. And when you then look at the period after 1955, when some new shops are built, this is a completely different picture. These are the shops which are still standing today. Some of the shops, of the coral and beach rock shops are still there, but most of them are built new. Actually, it was easier to build in this time, but we have much, much less. And that's the important thing why I introduced the mosque to you, because the mosque has been finished in the beginning of the 50s, and the new orientation of the souk is a completely different one from the old one. It's not any longer from the village to the sea, but it's more or less in view of the mosque with a wide area between. And it's interesting because it's the only mosque in Jazirat Al Hamra which is built with a view, while the other mosques are like in old times, the mosques were built in the towns with no space around them because space was precious, and mosques were just a meeting place for the prayers, but nothing more. So this one was built on view with a souk. The interesting thing is, when we see this difference before 1955 and until leaving the UAE in the, until leaving Jazirat Al Hamra, more or less at the beginning of the UAE, about 70, 71, most people had left. Many of them went to Abu Dhabi to find jobs, and Sheikh Zayed actually offered them a place because you can see here archaeologically what we know historically. And even if we know nothing about Jazirat Al Hamra, we would see that there is a huge economic downturn. We have one phase with more than 40 shops to a phase with only 17 shops, which are still there today. So now we can know, we have the history. Jazirat Al Hamra is a pearl fishing town and a pearl trading town, which lived from the pearl trade. And when the pearl trade crashed from the 20s onwards, pearling is getting less and less and less. I think the last pearling was at the beginning of the 50s, bringing not any longer money to the people. So this was a really an economic downturn, which Jazirat Al Hamra, which was specialized on this, really failed more than many other places. And you can see actually archaeologically this economic downturn from the difference you had before and today. I would like to thank a lot of people. First and foremost, His Highness Sheikh Saud bin Sakr Kazimi, the ruler of Ras Al Khaimah, who always supported first the protection of Jazirat Al Hamra quite early on, and then, of course, the projects. Then I would like to thank the Ministry of Presidential Affairs in Abu Dhabi, which really did the first years of financing this project from 2015 to 2020. Furthermore, I would like to thank Ahmed Obeid Al-Tuneji, the director of our department, for the support we get with the work in Jazirat Al Hamra. And of course, Arek Klimovic, his assistants and workers who really did all of the surface exposure between 1922 and 1924. And of course, all the other archaeologists who have worked in Jazirat Al Hamra and who helped to understand the history of the place and of course the different periods of building and rebuilding inside Jazirat Al Hamra. And last but not least, the Zayed Museum for inviting us, and the Louvre Abu Dhabi for accommodating this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Christian, for your interesting presentation. And now we take the second speaker, Dr. Martin Mackinson. Sorry.
Not doctor.
Yes. He would talk about the investigation at the old Al-Qasimi fort and in the old city of Ras Al Khaimah. Come.
Thank you very much. So I'll maybe talk in this microphone. So I wish to present very preliminary results of a year and a half or 2 years of investigations in the central part of Old Ras Al Khaimah, near the main landmark today, which is the Mohammed bin Salman Mosque. So it's an area that measures about 100 meters by, let's say, 60 to 70 meters. I will briefly mention another area of archaeological intervention, which was behind in another part of the old city, an operation called the Old Town Project, because it consisted in digging to the foundations of an old house which was in disrepair and was going to be, which was restored in the last summer of 2024. So. First of all, I'd like to thank the DCT, the Louvre for hosting this conference, Sheikh Zayed Museum for inviting me, and extend my thanks to also to Mr. Ahmed Obeid Al-Tuneji, Director of Antiquities of Ras Al Khaimah, for giving me the possibility to speak today. And I would like also to, I'm very much indebted in terms of both inspiration, advice, ideas, interpretation to the previous speaker, Mr. Christian Velde. A lot of suggestions and feedback during the excavation and before this conference. So the old city of Ras Al Khaimah, which appears to exist at least as a place name in the 17th century, I'll briefly come back to that, is on a spit of land, on a sand dune. On the right hand, you see a picture of Ras Al Khaimah, well, various maps. The location at near the Musandam Peninsula on the Arabian Gulf. An old map of Ras Al Khaimah from the 19th century, before the English onslaught of 1819, and two pictures, one taken in 1931 and one in 1961, which are actually quite important dates because I'm going to refer to this period as well for several layers that I encountered during these last 2 years of excavations. So you have a mangrove to the right, very shallow, not very good for mooring boats, and on the other side you have the Arabian Gulf, also very shallow waters with winds and waves. And in artistic representations of Ras Al Khaimah of the 19th century, you see boats moored at quite a distance away from the shore for very obvious reasons. Now, Ras Al Khaimah is the successor of, as you probably all know, of Julfar, which is a major seaport on the Arabian Gulf, a late medieval seaport. I guess it starts quite early on, but its main period of prosperity is in the 14th to 15th century. So Julfar becomes extremely famous not only in the region, but also on European and Portuguese maps right up to the 18th century, to the 17th century. Julfar, of course, is a major port of trade with a lot of evidence of commerce with China, as you can see in this Ming pottery, which is actually now in the Louvre Museum. You can see it in the medieval gallery, with a lot of other examples of pottery from the Indian Ocean and Iran. And it's also a port of trade which is very famous. If there's one person from Julfar who's very famous, it's Shihabuddin Ahmed bin Majid, a great sailor, sea captain, who sailed all the way from Madagascar and the Comoro Islands to other parts of the Indian Ocean, and who wrote treatises on seamanship. Here you have the Hawaii Ikhtisar fi Wusul Ulum al-Bahar, a modern version of his works, born 1431, which is a period when Julfar was very prosperous. Julfar has been, of course, the focus of much archaeological activity, Iraqi teams, a French team in 1991, of course, Christian Velde's work at the site, and which goes on until today with a Chinese team working every year there, and with Yvette Kuchani, who is an archaeologist at the department, also excavating at the site. So Julfar disappears, I don't know if gradually or all of a sudden, in the 17th century, but continues being mentioned on maps. Ras Al Khaimah appears on some of the maps. There's an Italian map, the one that says Golfo de Persia, on the top from the year 1620, where you have another toponym, Roca Lima, which could, most certainly be the earliest mention in European sources of Ras Al Khaimah. And again, I thank Mr. Christian Velde for pointing that out to me. One has to be careful by looking at maps of Arabia until the 18th century, because of course a lot of place names and toponyms are derived from classical antiquity. On some maps you have the mention of a city called Gera, which is modern El-Taj in eastern Saudi Arabia, which is 2,000 years old. You have Arabia Felix that appears. You have the coast of the Ichthyophagy, the fish eaters, which is directly derived from the geography of Ptolemy. You have all sorts of palimpsests certainly on the medieval portlands of the late 15th century and on later maps. So sometimes they're reliable indicators for place names, the appearance of place names, and sometimes obviously not. One of the reasons why excavations were decided in the central part of the old city of Ras Al Khaimah, first of all, it was a place of residence of His Royal Highness's family and ancestors in the 19th century, in the 18th century as well, when before and after the British, the Qawasim dynasty the Qawasim thalassocracy was ruling in the area. There's another reason as well, obviously, very well attested by art and historical sources, the attack of the British in 1809 and 1819, a lot of representations of this attack. With, for example, ships moored at a distance from the old city, you see the Rus al-Jabal and Al-Hashar mountains in the background. a representation where you see the redcoats, the British redcoats, attacking the fortifications, not of the central fort of Ras Al Khaimah, not of the area where I was excavating, but somewhere further south, I guess. And a lot of this study prior to excavation of the ancient fort, again done by Mr. Christian Velte, highlighted details and constructions of some landmarks, including this detail up here, bottom left, that could be the remains of the Ras Al Khaimah Qawasim fort, pre-1819, pre-destruction by the British, pre-treaty leading to the creation of the Trucial States. What was the initial focus of the excavation was indeed the late 19th century and 20th century fort, for which we have not much pictographical evidence, not much photographical evidence. A photo by Percy Cox, who later became governor of Iraq after the First World War, from 1902, an architectural reconstruction with the Murabbat Tower. This is the eastern face looking towards a mangrove with the gate and the crenellations. We don't have any representations or photographs of the other part of the fort. So one of the reasons also that led to the excavation of this area, in fact, was a re-excavation. In 1994, at the beginning of his career, a British archaeologist from Durham, I think, Derek Kennett, did a short season at the site, and with a lot of architecture discovered, but very little in terms of publication. He was working at the same time at the pre-Islamic site of Kush in the vicinity, so handling 2 excavations, and maybe Kush was more the focus of his work than the old city of Ras Al Khaimah. So you have an aerial photograph, not very good resolution, with walls appearing, including some belonging to the late 19th century, 20th century fort, and you have a higher view of the central part of Ras Al Khaimah with the Mohammed bin Salem Mosque and the area excavated with, in green and red and blue, a restitution of what was found during this 1994 excavation. So all we have are a few photographs, a few pictures, a few notes from Kennett's journal, and the pictures tend to date from very early on in the excavation, because we found you have 17 workers are excavating the long wall of what was the western wing of the Qasimi fort. You have, if you look very closely, a sounding that Derek Kennett made, which we found, rediscovered, going beyond, going earlier than the levels of this late 19th, 20th century fort, and same for here. So very superficially, remains started appearing, and this is all we had until, well, the excavations were restarted in the fall of 2022. I'm particularly thankful to the restitution of the remains made by Christian Velde. I mean, when we completed we didn't complete field work, but when we did the field work for a year and a half at the site, we discovered that, well, 90% of the reconstructed remains were there. There's only about a little sector to the north where preservation is so bad that it's still debatable. But again, in red, this is all that Kennett excavated. And so in red, you have the remains of the late 19th century, 20th century Qasimi fort. In green, later stuff, because the fort was raised in the early 1930s, and in blue, earlier stuff that I will come to. This is the view of the site as it is excavated today. And what is interesting is that you have not only a vertical stratigraphy, but I would almost say like, well, not a horizontal stratigraphy, but a geographical division and temporal division of the site. So what you have to the west was unexcavated, was cleaned, was mapped, but it's essentially the sector of the villas of the 1950s, 1960s. Christian Velde spoke of the cut date of 1955 for the introduction of cemented sand bricks, which we found evidence for in this unexcavated sector. In the middle of this picture, in the central part, you see a long wall that Kennett excavated, which is one of the back walls of the west, well, one of the walls of the west wing of the Qasimi fort, and to the right and left, other constructions that are still under exploration and that are earlier material and that are actually, in terms of width of walls and construction technique, much more impressive. So just to summarize, I'd like to insist on the fact that what I'm presenting is a relative stratigraphy. So far, we have no C14 dates. There's a lot of pottery, but that remains to be studied, drawn, and cataloged of specific discrete areas to be able to confirm this relative stratigraphy and to insert it into a proper time frame. I would like to say that the earliest levels maybe go back to the 17th century. The latest levels go back to well, we know they're sub-recent from the 60s. How old Ras Al Khaimah is will effectively depend on this absolute dating and on the study of the material. But so far what I have is a series of 8 levels. 1 and 2, of course, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to dwell very much upon, because 1 is a parking surface of pebbles from after Kennett's excavation, from post-2010. Then you have a layer of rubbish and debris. I'm not going to insist on that very much, except that it dates from the age of the cassette, because that's what we found with concrete pieces of concrete and pieces of tiles. And then the villas to the west, unexcavated, that I mentioned, from the 50s and 60s, raised in the 1970s. The Qasimi Fort, level 4, the one that was initially the focus of the 1994 excavations, and that that is not very well preserved in the Kennett found. Level 5, the building to the east. Levels 6 and 7, the largest building in Ras Al Khaimah, in that part of Ras Al Khaimah that we found, that could, and level 8, which we found in soundings there and in the old town of Arish and Pitts. So here you just have a quick summary of most of the stratigraphy of the site with basal levels that would belong to this Arish level. Later on, you have floors of plaster and floors of beaten earth that would belong to level 6 and 7. And then you have this big pile of rubbish that I don't want to talk anymore about, level 2, quite thick, and then the round pebbles of the parking lot, which is still archaeology and which is still part of the stratigraphy. So first thing we did was to clean the surface of the western villas that were not excavated, to draw the details of what we saw. It's one big construction in the western part of the site with obviously walls that combine traditional techniques with more modern ones. To the right, you have the sand bricks that I mentioned. Then you have the coral, well, coral is rarer, but the gypsum and sandstone walls. And you have floors of plaster, like in earlier levels, and gypsum preparations under the floors of plaster of maybe 10 to 15 centimeters, which were ubiquitous, which were found absolutely everywhere. So at least if this sector has to be dug in the future, everything on the surface is recorded. Sorry, I'll go back. So talking about level 3, the villa part to the right. Then we excavated remains. This is a series of squares that have to be assembled together to make a general plan. Essentially what you see is over 1 meter or 1.50 meters, a series of at least 5 levels of construction, very complicated stratigraphy. Essentially you have here to the left remains of the building on the left of the excavated part of the drone picture, which would be pre-Qasimi Fort of the 19th century. So I'm not going to give an absolute date for that, but massive construction. Up there you have another construction which is earlier than the level 4 Qasimi Fort of the late 19th century, again, which remains to be explored. And you can see that walls in both cases are much more impressive, are much thicker. And so, of course, one of the problems and the goals of the excavation that we have is to ascertain, well, which of these 2 earlier constructions preceding the late 19th century fort, whose long wall and back rooms you see right in the middle of the picture, which one of these 2 big constructions was the one that bore the brunt of the British attack, of the 2 British attacks of 1809, 1819. There is no categorical evidence. There are no charred beams. There's no massive signs of destruction like the ones that Christian, Arik, and Agnieszka's team found at Jazirat Al Hamra. What there is in the central part of the picture, under the remains of the Qasimi Fort, we found a cannonball, a lot of shot from what I would call culverines, which are like much more small cannons, but still in a sort of level without, not on a floor, without a proper architectural context. So to the right, there is a bit of burnt evidence, but not very much. but so it will be, we'll have to determine in the future which of the two constructions was the one that was still extant in the 18th century and which was destroyed by the two British attacks. So I mentioned the big building to the right of the Qasimi Fort, the earliest architectural levels, I'm saying architectural, in stone architectural levels at the site, 6 and 7, one possible candidate for the destruction, for one piece of evidence that I can talk about, which is a tilted wall, which was pushed in one way or another. So maybe something, well, I mean, it's very, very debatable. So far, we have this in a section on the other side, with rubble falling from this tilted wall, which was certainly not natural. And then we have, so this tilted wall of a building of 2 phases, with quite a complex architectural stratigraphy, 2 phases that are indicated by, well, in these 2 phases, some walls survive, like this long wall that you have here, this long wall that you have on the picture to the right. But in the earliest phase, what you have is very flimsy architecture, considerably looted, beaten earth floors, thinner walls, series of small rooms that are later on replaced by, if I can go back, that are later on replaced by whiter plaster floors, much better, so white thick plaster floors, and much more developed premises for residents and living quarters. So one difficulty, obviously, that we have on the site is that there is considerable looting from one phase to the other. As you can see, when we are excavating some of the walls of the earlier phase, all we have are little pieces of construction, like the wall in the central picture to the left, and which shows that part of the wall has disappeared and the stones were reused to build the following levels. There are only 3 sources of good stone in the area. One is gypsum. The other one is sandstone by digging layers under the beach, consolidated sand essentially, very friable. And then good stone, very rare, sparsely used in all levels, is made out of coral, which is collected some 20 kilometers away from the site of Ras Al Khaimah. Now, Ras Al Khaimah means the cape of the tent or the cape of the hut. And going to the earliest level, level 8, one can perhaps figure out why. Under the earliest level of stone architecture, what we have here and in this picture from the old town, from the house, from the foundations dug of the restored house in the old town, what we find is a lot of post holes of Arish, a lot of post holes, a lot of remains, grooves on the ground between the post holes, which could be the remains of Arish or Barasti walls of vegetable matter, and certainly pits. Now, usually very little material, of course, in the post holes, some pottery in the fills. The post holes in one long sounding that we did in the last 3 weeks in the fort area, in the Qasimi fort area. Here you see a long sounding in the middle of the picture on the right. We encountered these post holes. We didn't encounter, as we thought, the basal levels of the site. There are another maybe 20, 30, 50 centimeters of stratigraphy on the sand dune. But what was found in the post holes maybe gives a chance to do some absolute dating, because some of them contain effectively charcoal. So to conclude, very preliminary evidence, relative stratigraphic dating, which will be, and fine work will be the focus of future excavations in the coming months and weeks, and eventually confirmed by the study of the pottery material, with a lot of, obviously, some British imports, a lot of local material, and some coinage and small finds, as well as the absolute dating eventually provided by a whole series of C14 dates in the stratigraphic sounding that I mentioned in the center of the picture.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, for your interesting presentation. And the last speaker, we took Dr. Muhammad Al-Marri. His presentation is about reconstructing, reconstructing a human population history in Arabia. Dr. Muhammad. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. I'm very excited to be here to talk about our recent research. And I'm not an archaeologist. I'm a geneticist who uses modern and ancient DNA to study human migration, admixture, and adaptation. So first, I just want to give you a brief overview of what we know about human history, or modern human history. So as this figure shows, this is based on genetics, that humans expanded out of Africa about 60,000 years ago. And when they expanded out of Africa, they reached the Middle East, and from the Middle East, they expanded and peopled the whole world. And they reached Australia very, very quickly as soon as they left Africa. And you'll see here the major population transformations that we know from ancient DNA and modern DNA. And you'll see they're very focused on Europe because we know and we have a lot of data from Europe. So in the Fertile Crescent, about 10,000 years ago, farmers moved up to Europe. And about 5,000 years ago, there was a major expansion in the Bronze Age west to Europe and east to South Asia, and the admixed, and a lot of these populations have admixture from these populations. So within this context, So if humans expanded out of Africa 60,000 years ago, however, we do find human remains that are actually older than 60,000 years ago. In the Levant, we have samples that are dated, human bones that are about 120,000 years old. And in Arabia, a finger bone was found to be dated to 80,000 years ago. Another thing, as a human expanded out of Africa, they met another sister group to humans, Neanderthals, and they admixed with Neanderthals, and then they moved across the world. So the big question is, if we know that we have human remains outside Africa that are older than 60,000 years ago, what happened to these populations? Using also material culture, we have evidence from Arabia and from the Levant that shows that there were modern humans very, very old. In Jebel Faya here in Sharjah, in 2011, they're 120,000 years old. A more recent paper, almost 200,000 years old. A paper that came out from Saudi Arabia that found evidence for almost 400,000-year-old culture. So it seems that humans, or modern humans, seems to be expanding out of Africa repeatedly. However, genetically, it seems that only the expansion that moved 60,000 years ago left any legacy in modern humans. So why did that happen? Also, based on climate reconstructions, we know that the climate today is very different from the climate in the past. There was many green Arabia periods that were very humid, and they probably allowed humans to expand out of Africa back then. So the research questions I use in modern ancient DNA is, what is the present-day population structure of the Middle East, and how is it related to ancient samples that lived in the region? What was the demographic history or the population size? How did they diversify from each other? And how did the lifestyle transition, such as the Neolithic transition, affected populations in the Middle East? And also, how did they adapt genetically to new climates or new pathogens? So to do this, actually, the Middle East sadly had very little genomic data from modern samples until very recently. The biggest global consortia always ignored the Middle East, so we didn't have many samples. So during my PhD, I worked on trying to fill this gap. So I worked on a project called the Human Genome Diversity Project, which is on the left. It's a project that started in the 90s, collected samples from all over the world, and we did whole genome sequencing on these samples, and it's an open access resource. However, you will see there is also a big gap in Arabia. So the second part of my PhD was to fill this gap in Arabia, to collect samples and analyze them across the region. So using this information, we can answer interesting questions. So the remains that we found that are much older than 100,000 years ago in Arabia, what happened to these populations? Do they have any legacy in modern-day populations that live in the region? So what we find is genetically, we can actually study the mutation pattern and date these mutations and see if there's any older lineages present in modern populations. So what we can see is actually on the left figure here, Mbuti is a Central African population. It's a hunter-gatherer. We use it as a reference to just infer split time. When I put Emirati samples, Middle Eastern samples, and European and East Asian samples, they split exactly the same time, that red line, about 100,000 years ago. You would find actually Middle Eastern samples split from, for example, a proxy here we use is Sardinians about 20,000 years ago, and Han Chinese a bit older, about 30,000 years ago. So that's by studying the pattern of mutations within each genome and inferring the coalescent events between them. One thing I just spoke about is Neanderthal intergression. So as humans expanded out of Africa, they met Neanderthals. They interbred with them, and everyone that is non-African has about 2% of their DNA, which is Neanderthal. So an interesting result we worked on is if you compare populations across non-African populations, there is actually a bit of a difference in Neanderthal ancestry. So East Asians have more Neanderthal ancestry, a little bit more, than South Asians and Europeans. But you actually find Arabian samples, like plotted here, Emiratis and Saudis, have actually less Neanderthal DNA than the rest. So the question is, how did that happen? So one possible hypothesis for East Asians having higher Neanderthal ancestry is they met more Neanderthals on their way in East Asia, and that a second admixture event happened. Another hypothesis is a later admixture event in Europeans diluted their ancestry. But actually in Arabian samples, I'll discuss this in a bit, there's an interesting separate population that diluted their ancestry. So this is the model, the consensus so far, is as humans moved out of Africa, expanded out of Africa, there's a screen here, okay. There was a big lineage of people, we call them main Eurasians. These are the people who actually populated the rest of the world. These are the ones that actually met Neanderthals, interbred with them, and from them we have Western Eurasian and Eastern Eurasians. However, there's a separate population, we call them basal Eurasians, that for some reason they did not interbred with Neanderthals. What happened is for a very long time these populations were separated, and recently they had mixed with Western Eurasians, Arabians and Europeans, and that diluted their Neanderthal ancestry. So we have lots of models that also confirmed this and actually first presented this. What you find is on the right, this basal Eurasian population has very low or little or no Neanderthal ancestry. And what you'll see here is populations that are on the right that have the highest basal Eurasian, the lowest Neanderthal ancestry, are actually from the Middle East, from Neolithic Iran and Natufian-like ancestry. So there's been lots of hypotheses since our papers have been published about what is this basal Eurasian population. One hypothesis that was presented is there was a southern movement into Arabia, and these populations stayed isolated for a long time, while a different group went north and met Neanderthals. And after these two populations actually mixed with each other, and that's why you have less Neanderthal ancestry in Arabians and in Europeans. However, I don't agree with this hypothesis because it's a very long time for people to be separated for 20, 30,000 years and then admix. More recent studies show that potentially these populations were in northern eastern Africa, so they're not sub-Saharan African, but that's a place where they spent time, then moved into Eurasia. So here I'll be talking about ancient DNA. The figure on the left is the number of samples published from ancient DNA so far. What you see is there's a massive overconcentration in Europe, very little in Africa, the Americas, and in Arabia, not much. And there's a strong correlation between temperature and the preservation of these samples. However, there's been an ongoing, I would say, challenge for me to be able to get ancient DNA from Arabia. So today, if I take samples from across the Middle East and I use a clustering algorithm to cluster them, what you see is people from Levant cluster in one big cluster, and people in Arabia have a separate cluster. So the question is, what is causing this modern clustering pattern that you see today? It's probably due to past historical events. So if you project modern samples here on the right with ancient samples, you can actually begin to polarize and understand what's causing this population structure. So here, if you can see Iranian Neolithic, Levantine Neolithic samples, Bronze Age Europeans, and here are Middle Eastern samples. They have this cline of ancestry. So samples from Iraq are closer up to Neolithic Iranians. Samples from Arabia are closer down to Levant Neolithic and Natufian samples. So when you run a PCA on ancient samples, they're always outside, and modern samples are actually in the middle because ancient samples are very differentiated from each other. So if you look at Iran Neolithic and Levant Neolithic, they're very, very differentiated from each other. But since modern populations have an admixture of all these samples, they lie in intermediate. What you find, my main interest is in Arabia. Arabian samples here in blue are very close to Natufian samples. So Natufian culture is an late Epipaleolithic culture in the Levant that basically became Levant Neolithic, one of the first farmers. And the Levant Neolithic samples are actually a mixture of Natufian and Anatolian farmers. So the question is, why do Arabian samples, modern day Arabian samples, Emiratis, Saudis, and Yemenis, why are they clustering closer to hunter-gatherer samples rather than other populations? So actually, when you run a different type of analysis, when I try to partition the ancestry across different samples, what you see here is, for example, Anatolian Neolithic sample in purple, Natufian samples in blue, Iran Neolithic in orange, and the steppe in green. The Levant, in this big cluster here, they have a lot of Anatolian Neolithic and Levant Neolithic ancestry. In Arabia here, Saudis, Emiratis, and Qataris, and Yemenis, you'd find it's mostly blue. It's actually also mostly hunter-gatherer ancestry, Natufian-like ancestry. Now, what I want to emphasize is we don't say they're directly Natufian, but a population distantly or related to Natufian samples. And what we can do, a separate test is, if I compare here Emiratis and Syrians, and I ask what is the closest ancient samples to them between them, what you find is, for example, Syrians have more European hunter-gatherer ancestry, while Emiratis at the bottom here have more Natufian-like ancestry. So we can build very complicated models on how did modern Emiratis, for example, become what we see today in comparison, for example, to Lebanese. And with all these models, there's many models that fit the data, but this is one model, for example. You always find this hunter-gatherer Arabian population that we infer that seems to be related to Natufians that gives ancestry to modern-day Emiratis and modern-day Arabians in general. So one thing I'm particularly interested in is reconstructing population history, size histories. And what you can do with this is using modern genomics and statistical techniques. For example, this is a genealogy of samples. Some have the mutation G, some have the mutation T. So at some point in their history, one lineage had a mutation, and the G became a T, and you have this group and their descendants having this mutation. Now, if you plot this across the whole genome, you can create actually genealogies of different mutations, and how they coalesce reflects the size. If you have a big population, then you have many different lineages. But if you had a very small population, the lineages coalesce faster. So we stratify mutations based on their age. So for example, if mutations only found between me and, for example, Badr, no one else, it's very a rare mutation. It happened very recently. But a mutation that occurs at half of this lecture theater means it happened very, very long time ago, and we all share it. So what we could do is we can infer bottleneck events and population expansion events. And we can also infer which variants undergo selection. So if a variant spread very quickly, very recently, that means it's under natural selection. And using these models, we can understand the population size history of the Middle East. And what we find actually is there's a big contrast between the Levant at the top here and Arabia at the bottom. So here, about 10,000 years ago, all Levantine populations, they actually have a massive expansion. So this is log scale. And we correlate this with the Neolithic transition, allowed people to settle and expand very quickly, but this is not parallel actually in Arabia. They maintain very small sample size, very population sizes. And actually we see a bottleneck event here around 6,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, that we don't see up in the Levant. We speculated that this bottleneck is caused by climate change, the aridification of Arabia, but that's just one hypothesis. Also, modern DNA can allow us to look at selection. So if you look at the world today where people can digest milk in adulthood, it's caused by a mutation. So actually the ancestral state is not being able to drink milk or lactase persistence in adulthood. But actually there's places in the world that have a very high percentage of ability to drink milk. Western Europe, Western Africa, South Asia, and Arabia. And what's very interesting about this is Europeans and South Asians, it's the same mutation that gives them the ability to digest milk. However, in Arabia, it's a different mutation. It was an independent selection event that allowed them to digest milk. And what we can do is we can actually reconstruct the frequency of this mutation over time. We find about 200 generations ago, it was very rare, but it became very common, potentially related to domestication of cattle or camels. So now I want to talk more about ancient DNA. Until very recently, if you look at all these samples that have been published the past few years, so from 0 until 50,000 years ago, most samples are from Europe. We have about 3,000 samples. From the Levant, we only have about 200. From Arabia, we actually had 0. Until this year. So this year was a big breakthrough. We had ancient DNA from Arabia. And there were 2 studies. I was involved with one from Bahrain, from the Taylus period, so pre-Dilmun. And there was another paper that came out a few months after about ancient DNA from Socotra. So I just want to very briefly talk about Bahrain and its relationship to the UAE. Well, we actually found in Bahrain that almost all the samples that we found had a mutation that protects against malaria. So this mutation actually is not common around the world, so it's almost 0 around the world. But in Bahrain, almost all samples we studied carry this mutation. And this mutation is actually G6PD deficiency. So it's a well-known mutation that doesn't allow that results in the body basically not being able to stabilize red blood cells. The red blood cells break down very quickly. And because of that, actually the malaria parasite cannot invade the red blood cells. So you have actually resistant to malaria because of this mutation. And what we found actually, if you look at the Dilmun samples in red, create a phylogeny of mutations, they cluster with Arabian samples. So Emirati samples, Yemeni samples, who have this mutation today, it's the same mutation in ancient Bahrain. And when we look at this mutation, when it occurred, it seemed like it happened about 200 generations ago. It didn't exist in the past. So about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, we speculate that during the transition into agriculture, potentially, malaria became more prominent, and there's a very strong selective pressure to be resistant to malaria. So ancient DNA in the UAE, so I finished my PhD about a year and a half ago, and my mission was to start an ancient DNA lab in the UAE. There's only about 5 or 6 in the world that are very good. I was speaking to a colleague yesterday about the challenges of doing ancient DNA, how to create a lab from scratch. So over the past 9, 10 months, we've been working on this, and a few weeks ago we were almost started to process ancient DNA samples from the UAE, and I have collaborations from across all Emirates, which I'll acknowledge at the end. And basically, 2 years ago, the Nobel Prize in Medicine was given to the person who sequenced the first Neanderthal. And that person, Svante Babo, is the godfather of ancient DNA. But all of his papers actually in the past were contamination, and he didn't even know it was contamination. There's lots of these papers coming out, and there's all contamination, because back then we didn't really understand how degraded the DNA was and how basically the design of the lab. You have to control how the air enters, the pressure. You have to create separate rooms that are very far from each other to prevent cross-contamination. You have to have UV lights everywhere to decontaminate the air. It's a very difficult challenge, but thankfully, over the past 8 months, we started a new lab. So very quickly, I want to talk about a project I worked in collaboration with Al it was spoken much yesterday and today by Michele and by Tim. So in Cenia, there was a sample that it was excavated, and I took a sample from the skeleton. It was dated to about the 16th century, and surprisingly, I was able to get ancient DNA from this sample. And what we found is, if I compare that sample with the global data set of thousands of samples, where does it cluster closely to is actually, you find that it clusters with modern-day Emirati samples. And if I explicitly model the ancestry of this sample from Cenia, I actually can, 100% ancestry can be traced from this Cenia sample to modern Emiratis. Trying different combinations of samples from the region did not give me a positive result. So we actually can say that there's been direct continuity, at least from the 16th century in the UAE. So this sample is a little bit unique because it's very well preserved. And this is the one I started with because the other samples from other places have been very degraded. And actually, samples, if you have a freshly excavated sample, it's much easier to get DNA from it rather than a sample that's stored for a longer time. Humidity, heat would affect the DNA. So also, very quick results. I want to show what we can do with ancient DNA. So so all of us have a chromosome from the father and the mother, and if you are consanguineous, we can tell there was inbreeding from DNA. So basically, if you are the offspring of a first cousin, you have lots of these stretches of similar mutations because you have the same mutations from your father and your mother. If you're offspring of second cousins, it's much less. Third cousins, much lower. But also, you can check if the population is very small, you would also have these stretches, but they're different. They have a different pattern. You have more stretches of tiny mutations that are identical. When we compared the Cenia sample, we actually found that it had no evidence of consanguinity whatsoever. And actually, it shows to be from a population that was relatively large. So there was not a small population in Cenia that was living back then. So that's it for me. There's also future questions we can study from ancient DNA. I'm mostly interested in kinship patterns and burials, studying samples from different sites, studying admixture or movements, and also studying how populations responded to selective pressures, like we showed in lactase resistance and malaria. And that's it. And I just want to thank lots of collaborators I worked with the past couple of years, from Abu Dhabi, Dubai, from Al Gawain, from Sharjah, and from Ras Al Khaimah, and also my PhD supervisor at Cambridge and my colleagues in Cambridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly I ask the speakers to join us on the stage for the questions, please. Thank you. Yes, come.
Wow, thank you very much. Another 3 fantastic papers. I particularly was fascinated by the issue of the blood cells in Bahrain. I know there's a study in Saudi Arabia which looked at the incidence of sickle cell anemia, because apparently that correlates with resistance to malaria. And the study basically traced back the export of sub-Saharan African slaves to work in agricultural plantations in Saudi Arabia. And it basically found that sickle cell anemia resistance to malaria focuses in traditional areas of agriculture in Saudi Arabia. I thought that was a really compelling paper, but what you're now arguing is perhaps that it's actually to do with a kind of ancient indigenous community in the Gulf region.
Thanks, Tim. Very interesting question. So there is actually different mutations that protect from malaria, because there's different malaria parasites. There is Plasmodium falciparum, which is the most debilitating. There's Plasmodium vivax and other plasmodiums. And actually, if you look at the modern-day Saudis and Yemenis, in our paper, if you plot African ancestry across the genome, it should be random. But we actually find an enrichment of African ancestry at that specific mutation that you spoke about. So that mutation was actually introduced to Arabia through the African admixture through the slave trade. It's an example of post-admixture selection. So basically natural selection looks for mutations that are adaptive, and that was very quickly seized upon and increased in frequency to protect against malaria. Thanks.
Yes, more question, please. Any more question? Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question to Martin. That was a really interesting paper. Thank you very much. Martin, do you have any idea of the type of cannon that would have been used to fire the cannonball that was recovered?
So, in total, elements belonging to artillery cannonball, we had 5 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
One was found outside the excavation area on the surface of the site. It's a half cannonball, pretty much, well, it's now in the Ras Al Khaimah Museum, being restored, about totally spherical, about 15 centimeters in diameter, I'd say. 12, 15 centimeters in diameter. The other one was extremely corroded. Actually, it's 6 pieces. One from the Old Town project, the houses. But the other one was extremely corroded and was found in the area, like under the level of the 19th century Qasimi fort, what I spoke about as level 4, but in a layer of sand. So to connect it to a specific building and to a specific layer, it's very tenuous at the moment. In that area as well, we found 3 pieces, what I call the culverine shots because of the diameter, which is about 3 centimeters in diameter, 4 centimeters. So I don't know if they had these typical small pieces of artillery that they had, certainly in the 17th and 16th century in Europe. I mean, if you visit the Mary Rose Museum, the ship that sank in front of Portsmouth, you have pieces of shot from this type of guns. I didn't know until when they were continuously used, but that's what I could relate them to. And in the Old Town project, but again, in a more recent context, probably disturbed, you had another piece of cannonball, 12 to 15 centimeters, but completely corroded. I must say that conditions are so humid that conservation of metal is, and especially of iron, is quite an issue at the site. We, for example, from even recent levels, we have pieces of iron, like bolts that were added to doors, but well, this is how I interpret them, pieces of that connected the planks of wood to make the doors, but again, extremely corroded, extremely friable. So yeah, I hope we find more evidence. Obviously, finding evidence of the 1809 and 1819 destructions, it was a prime goal, connecting the history and the historical studies done by Christian with the archaeology was a goal. And we hope to find more evidence of this and other types of destruction in the future in levels, either the eastern construction, which I call level 5, or the western massive construction of 2 phases that I call level 6 and 7.
Thanks.
So, I mean, Again, we're in the, I mean, despite it being a year and a half over a surface of 700 square meters excavated with, well, 2 archaeologists and generally 2 to 3 workers, so it's moving a little bit slowly. We're still in preliminary stages, and then the material has to be studied as well later.
Thank you. That's
Thank
great.
you.
Thank
Yes,
you so much.
more question, please. Who has any question?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the answer to Dr. Power's question. He, if I understood, he asked about the sickle cell gene in particular having been possibly imported to Saudi with African workers. You made the point that there are many, at least a number of different genes that can confer malarial resistance. But I didn't understand whether you were saying that's the gene that you're finding in that the sickle cell gene or other genes are the genes that you're finding distinctive in Arabian populations that confer malarial resistance.
Yeah, so the mutation I showed from Bahrain that's also found in Eastern Arabia, that's a distinct mutation from sickle cell. The one that Tim was talking about is actually a different mutation. That mutation is found in Africa at very high frequencies, and it's found in Arabia because of admixture from Africans into Arabians.
Yeah, please, more questions.
Is there time for one more?
10 minutes or 20? We have, yes.
Yeah, a question for Christian. I was wondering about the occupation of Jazirat Al Hamra. Do you think you can see any kind of sign of this, this big downturn in the pearling economy that Robert Carter especially has sort of written about and synthesized quite well, these events in the early 20th century, especially with the advent of the cultured pearl in Japan. Do you think that's reflected at all in the settlement sequence from Jazirat Al Hamra, those kinds of events?
Until now, not really. I mean, the souk was really the first point where we clearly seen the difference between the first half of the 20th century and the second half of the 20th century. In the houses, less, because do not forget that even with a downturn in economy, in the 1950s, you had suddenly this material of what I call sand bricks, these pressed bricks, which completely changed the picture of the village. Everybody, even who lived only in Arish and looking at old pictures of Ras Al Khaimah and other places, at least a third or probably half of the population lived in Arish houses, or they had one coral stone house, and the rest of the compound was Arish. And suddenly everybody could build walls and everything. So you do not really see the downturn in economy in the houses that much, because suddenly this cheap building material was available, which had changed the concept. You probably would have seen it if there would have been no new material available. The more the difference between the early souk and the late souk are very clear, because it was easier to build shops. It was cheaper to build shops. And still, more or less no more shops were built in the second part of the 20th century, because there was this economic downturn. There was no need for more shops because there were no buyers.
Yes, thank you. Maybe take one question, the last one, please. Who has a question? Yeah, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the very insightful presentations. My question is for Mr. Christian. So when we're talking about Jazirat Al Hamra, it's like a huge architectural complex that we have, and the conservation works for that includes the conservation of beach stone and coral as well. So how do we sort of do that in an ecologically responsive way, but also being very true to the architectural and historical aspect of the site? Because it's like a historical diving village that is the only one existent in the Emirates, as far as I know. And also another question was, gypsum doesn't sit well with coral and bead stone. So the one instance where you were talking about, there is an old construction and the gypsum construction side by side. Is there like active deterioration in the bead stone in that particular area?
I'm sorry, but this is the wrong person you ask. I mean, I'm the archaeologist. I'm not a conservator or restorator. So it is very difficult for me to answer these questions. But I can assure you there have been a lot of testing being done and also analysis of the materials which have been used in the building of the old houses, and reapplying these old techniques as much as possible.
Thank you so much.
The time is finished, I think. Thank you very much for your presentations. Maybe we take a picture. Yeah, please. Thank you. تفضل.
Okay, so I think I'm chairing the panel, the final panel of the day, and we have three speakers this afternoon. We have, first of all, Nigel Jeffries and Cenia Santos Asunceo, and we have Philip Vaz, and three very different papers, but very excited to see the new research that's coming forward. So please can we have Nigel up on stage, and I can hand over to you.
Hi, everyone. So we go from 60,000 years and out of Africa to European pottery of the 1880s and 1890s. I hope everybody is ready. So, my name is Nigel Jeffries. I work for MOLA, Museum of London Archaeology, and I'm here to talk about this said subject. So, European and European imitation or European style tableware ceramics are first documented in the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf region from the early 19th century and become increasingly common as import items up to around the 1950s. Their introduction coincides with the rising scale of industrialization in Northwest Europe and the global economic expansion of colonial powers searching for new markets. Such objects were incorporated into the social fabric of existing communities in the Gulf. They survive on archaeological sites or in the present as heirloom pieces, and they continue to be widely deployed in museums and heritage settings across the UAE. Before I introduce the members of the project team, as I am presenting here on behalf of others, and then move on to describing the fieldwork we undertook around heritage locations in Ajman, Sharjah, Al Kuwain and Ras Al Khaimah in September of this year, I'm first going to present the context behind what inspired us to undertake this survey of European and European-style pottery in the UAE. So this project had its kind of genesis way back in 2018, when I visited UAE at the first time at the invitation of Dr. Seth Priestman, who presented earlier today, and of the Department of Antiquities and Museums of Ras Al Khaimah to work at Jazirat Al Hamra, in a site which Christian has already rather helpfully introduced to us. For 1 week, Seth and I worked through and catalogued the archaeological recovered assemblage of European pottery and European style pottery of the 19th and 20th centuries from the site, drawing on my expertise of working on similar dated assemblages from from London, the United Kingdom, and indeed from continental Europe. We had much to figure out. Is this how we? Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, of course. Got it. Thanks. It's the green button. Ah, I forgot my own table of contents. This is what I'm going to talk about, people. So, we had much to figure out, but we were able to anchor the archaeological material against the small amount of published literature on this subject. Notably, Robert Carter and Teresa Sundblad's catalogue of 2011 of the ceramics of the Qatar National Museum, which included 45 European and European-style heirlooms, and to Ras Al Khaimah's museum collections, which presented many, but not all of the pots we found in the archaeological record. And you can see here examples on the left-hand side here of the material Seth and I were documenting against the published catalogue by Robert Carter there. So whilst Seth and I have prepared a paper regarding the archaeological analysis of this material, the first major publication on the topic, titled European Trade Ceramics on the Arabian Peninsula 1800 to 1860, which was published in Arabian Archaeology and Epigraphy in 2022, was a co-authored piece written by Seth together with Jaap Otti, who works at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., but who has a keen interest as a collector, researcher, and publisher of this material from Arabia and Southeast Asia. And it was this kind of curiosity that led the team and for Seth to successfully apply to the Zayed National Museum to its research grant offer in 2023 under a proposal titled Exploring the Interpretive Value of 19th Century and 20th Century European-made ceramics in the UAE through collections-based research. Yep, Seth and I wanted to use the grant to achieve these following aims. Number one was to sort of document these objects, both as a form of time-sensitive research from museums and other cultural settings in the UAE, and second was to explore their sort of implicit role as exhibits, which we suggest largely remain as kind of passive props and provide a critical framing for their interpretation and for their display. The proposal generously funded us to survey these pieces of European pottery, and we did this in September of this year. We were joined by Gen Mitsushi from the University of Bonn, Germany, and those who are particularly eagle-eyed would have noticed him appearing in a slide from Seth's presentation as well, who was tasked with photographing each vessel for publication. So we divided our kind of work into two work packages, really. Number one was a kind of collections catalogued situation. This was more detailed of our two work packages, and this involved producing a full catalogue in Excel and Word, together with a photography of individual pieces of European pottery and European-style pottery of the 19th and 20th century, as curated at Ras Al Khaimah Museum, Al Kuwait National Museum, and Aflaj Al Muwala Fort, also in Al Kuwait. Here the team fully catalogued, measured, photographed, and where possible, obtained the accession records behind the acquisition for these finds, which were either part of active displays or indeed were stored in off-site collections. Collections observed, on the other hand, represented, here we go, here's us doing the work. Collections observed represented more of a kind of observational survey, almost like a kind of museum watching brief, for using a bit of an archaeological parlance there. And this is where the project team, we went to Ajman Museum, Sharjah Fort, and Beit Al Nabuda in Sharjah, taking notes and record shots of the pottery when encountered as part of current displays, and kind of noted their locations within the museums and the particular rooms and exhibits that they were part of. And we're kind of using this as sort of benchmark in which we kind of might signpost future important collections. So Whilst Robert Carter's Qatar study demonstrates the potential of our research and survey and provides a clear presentation or model, it is rather limited by a small corpus of the material which we examined. Our work built on this successful concept, but with kind of more of an ambitious scope and direct focus on the regional history here of the UAE. First, in the collection's catalogue part, we added a significant quantity to the corpus of 48 pots initially published in Rob Carter's Qatar study, and we've now got accumulated records of over 160 specimens. You may have noticed that I have consistently used the terms European and European-style pottery throughout. This is because our survey looked at ceramic exports first manufactured within Europe during the 19th century, but later from the 1930s when these were produced as imitations in Japan and in the 1950s from China. And I think there's obviously a sort of correlation here between the emergence of Japan and its pottery in the Gulf in the 1920s and 30s to do with obviously the collapse of the pearling industry around the same time, caused largely, as I understand it, by the imports from Japan. I think that's correct, isn't it, yeah? Yes, thank you. We also included some examples of Indian-made stoneware dated from the 1940s and 50s that we encountered. In terms of characterizing the technological and decorative aspects represented, I could talk at length about the different clay bodies, the forms, and the various techniques, decorative techniques they either singularly present. These can be underglaze transfer printed, they can be underglaze painted, they can be industrially slipped, or they can be stenciled. Others sometimes combine 2 or 3 of these methods. Painted decorations can be particularly diverse, for example. They can be flow blue, they can be in chrome colors, they can be lustered. But anyway, I'm not going to go into too much detail about this because, let's face it, nobody will thank me. So I'm going to kind of briefly continue and think about the kind of, the function and the chronologies which have been revealed by the survey that we've just undertaken. Needless to say, a sort of huge amount of glossing is necessary here to fit all the results into a 20-minute presentation. So, most of the European ceramic imports to the Gulf consisted of dishes, plates, and bowls, as well as the small handleless cups, coffee cups from China and Japan observed. In addition, there are a small amount of jugs and teapots. The specific European choices for flatwares, in other words, plates and dishes and so on, may have introduced new forms of conceptualization surrounding issues of food serving, sharing, and conspicuous consumption and display. The rarity of teapots on the Arab coast of the Gulf may have to do with local preferences. I'm thinking here, of course, that most things are served in metal kettles and so on, indicating that these were sort of relatively uncommon prestige items. Similarly, there is only one large wash basin made by Johnson Brothers between 1913 and 1930, which represents the only example in the surveyed collections of a sort of sanitary ware for sort of washing and so on, suggesting that these types of wares did not receive as receptive market in the Gulf. Technically and aesthetically, of course, European ceramics with their regular, standardized and sharply detailed forms, consistently bright, shiny glazes, and vividly colored and intricate industrially produced decoration were clearly differentiated from locally made glazed and unglazed earthenwares in the Gulf. The specific imagery and the distinct appearance of European ceramics is likely to create a kind of type of brand identity, I guess. So our work provides crucial information on the identification of designs and origin of the particular manufacturer's marks. This is the catalogue which Seth has been preparing, and that hopefully will be the main output of our work, following kind of Carter's sort of model and so on. I was so excited about doing a screen capture, I forgot to crop everything else from it. But anyway, there you go. Anyway, that shows you the sort of results that we're going to be publishing quite soon. So anyway, our work provides crucial information on the identification of designs and the origins of manufacturers' marks. Rather helpfully, it was increasingly common for European pottery to be marked underneath with the maker's marks and sometimes the design name after the 1880s. And I think here of everybody working in prehistory who can date things to only 1,000 years. We can date them to exactly the year in which they were made, by the time you get to this sort of period. Our work can nevertheless sort of amplify the sort of foundational studies on this material that have shown that from, broadly speaking, about 1880 to 1870, very small quantities of trade ceramics were imported from Europe, chiefly the United Kingdom, with quantities gradually increasing after the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. The most important period, therefore, for European trade ceramics in Arabia lies between around the late 19th century to about 1930, and it's dominated by material from Germany, from France, from Italy, from the United Kingdom, but in particular the potteries from Maastricht in the Netherlands. By using studies and catalogues made of these particular products and their marks in the European context, you can therefore provide very clear dates of manufacture and trade and use in the United Arab Emirates and other contexts in Arabia. During the 1930s and at the expense of the European trade, close copies of European transfer printed wares using exactly the same print designs popularized amongst the large factories such as Maastricht and so on, started to become increasingly manufactured in Japan on similar refined white earthenware bodies. On the left-hand side here, you can see some of the examples of, these sort of stonewares I was talking about. In the middle here, you can see an example from Japan, which is directly copying a Maastricht print. And then we've got the Chinese example there on the right from Li Ling. So the Japanese manufacturers directly copied the various Maastricht wares, prints such as Alpine, Au, Gudgost, Tancredian, Toku, several examples of which are present in the collections of Ras Al Khaimah and Al Quwain museums. A transfer printed pattern commonly known as the lion and palm tree became particularly popular in the Gulf in the first half of the 20th century and well into the 1960s. Also present were, of course, these few examples from China dated to about the 1950s and 60s. But what are the earliest vessels that we think we found during our survey? We think that there are these vessels here. These are sort of copper luster decorated jugs made by the English potteries throughout the 19th century and later copied by the Maastricht and French potteries, but those examples are marked. These English vessels are all unmarked, but unfortunately very little about them is known from the English perspective, but they would clearly have some importance in the Gulf, and they were ever present in most of the collections which we observed and visited. Oh, that's not quite the end. Let's go back to there. Finally, before I sort of conclude, I want to sort of think about some of the sort of key issues raised by our survey here, moving, if you like, from the questions that count to the stories that matter. And I think there's kind of three key features which might be emphasized on the basis of this study and how we interpret these trade wares. First of all, we have to think about these things in terms of the history of design. Was all this material deliberately marketed for the Gulf? So the Netherlands, and particularly the foundation of the two Maastricht factories, one of which was opened by Petrus Rego in 1836, and the other one was called Société Ceramique, was established in 1851. Both these manufacturers almost immediately turned their attentions to exports, initially to other European countries, but also to the Dutch colonies, in particular what is today Indonesia. Likely starting around the 1830s and continuing to about the 1930s, the two Maastricht potteries produced refined white earthenware bowls and dishes, often decorated with transfer prints of abstract patterns created specifically for the Muslim market, as well as the stenciled moon and star decorations observed in an earlier slide, which became the most recognizable European trade wares in the Gulf. As demonstrated by the large share of these wares that we find among the surveyed ceramics. There's other potteries as well, in Britain, which also produce, feature very, very heavily in Arabia and indeed in the Far East as well, specifically Pountleys in Bristol and the Bell Pottery in Glasgow. Second, there is the complex and convoluted routes via which European ceramics arrived within Arabia, and these can now be outlined with increasingly accuracy and detail. The link between producers and consumers on opposite sides of the globe is significant and has the potential to offer a sort of insight into this kind of human dimension of globalization within the 19th century. The Middle Eastern market was evidently more influential than might have been conventionally thought. Again, most works on European pottery and focuses on the wares produced between about 1800 and 1850. And if they do ever sort of consider the market, it's normally considered to how it gets exported to sort of North America and Australia, without thinking about what happens, in the Gulf and India and so on. So these markets, we think, are probably much more influential than been thought about. Products did not simply enter Arabia as a stop-off along the way of a more substantial route between Europe and East Asia, or vice versa. The fact that specific designs were developed in European potteries for the Middle Eastern market, and in particular types of vessels were being selected for export to the region, indicates the existence of a direct and active link between those of more influential social standing within Arabia and who were able to reinforce their status by acquiring, using, and displaying these European ceramics. Third, we can point to the sort of personal biographies of the objects, or thinking about it another way, how were these objects assimilated, reinterpreted, and accrue new layers of meaning in cultural settings remote from the places in which they were actually produced. Overall, and this is quite interesting, looking at the archaeological excavations in the Gulf, European ceramic imports probably never exceeded anything more than 1% to 2% within these particular archaeological assemblages. And not much is really known about their use here until the second half of the 20th century. But even after the advance of the oil economy, European-style pottery were not available everywhere, and not every single household owned them. A short but really insightful paper written by Szykovsky in 2020 provides some insights on their use in United Arab Emirates, suggesting that although not part of a woman's dowry, these wares were often gifted by the husband to the wife after marriage. They would be used during the celebrations of Eid, weddings, or to welcome a special guest, highlighting the prestige that trade ceramics enjoyed. When not in use, imported ceramics were generally prominently displayed, often within niches within the family majlis. And this is how most of the ceramics studied for this survey are displayed to the public today, as props in heritage settings in domestic interiors. The impression given in the displays of the various national museums suggests that European ceramics were the dominant pottery in use in the UAE. But this might be a reflection that most of these historic premises once functioned as royal residences before being repurposed as museum spaces from the 1990s onwards. And certainly when accession records were available for the vessels in Ras Al Khaimah, the pottery seems to have been derived from the members of the royal household, or at least those who had some kind of link or connection with them. What connected all of the locations visited is that while most of the European pottery formed parts of displays in named rooms, which evoked particular themes and aspects of Emirati history, for example, in particular if you go to Ajman Museum, and or reflected their previous uses as royal residences, you will find the pots placed together in wall recesses, sometimes with one or two glass items, or they'd be positioned on top of a wooden shelf or chest. Others were placed on the floor as part of displays and reconstructions. So finally, to conclude, as my clock is ticking down now, it's ticked over, are these really objects of power? That's the big kind of sort of question mark, really, I want to sort of think about here. For the most part, ceramics throughout the ages represents a sort of relatively cheap and commonplace household item, which even when elaborately decorated, remained generally affordable. European ceramic imports to the Gulf are a clear case in point. They were introduced to the area alongside a plethora of other manufactured household items and commodities which were promoted by use within the region by commercial foreign agents. They were also clearly and identifiably obtained via the mechanisms of international trade. The status intrinsically associated with this process may have been a significant motivating factor in their acquisition and use today, and why they are displayed in former royal residences, which are now museum premises. Yet there is enough evidence to suggest that new layers of meaning were given to such objects within the specific setting of Arabia, and how these were incorporated into the homes and social fabrics of the lives of the people that were living here. And I think I'll probably finish up on that, as it's now time to
time to finish up, but yeah, I pretty much had finished anyway. I'd just like to thank the ZNM for being able, making it available for us to do this research, first of all, and to the wonderfully helpful staff of Ras Al Khaimah and Al Khaimah museums who assisted the team in this project. So I'll wrap up there. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm sure we're going to have lots of questions about this. So I'd like now to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Cenia, who will take us on to the next session. Thank you.
Hello, hello, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cenia. I am not an archaeologist, I'm a geophysicist. Currently, I'm working as a research scientist at Khalifa University. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I am really happy to learn so many things about archaeology that can really help me to do the proper interpretation when I find things underground. So today I'll be speaking about an integration of satellite, so the things we can see from the sky. And then we will integrate with the information that we can see, that we can survey and we can model from the underground. So we have a top-bottom approach where we can really give information to archaeologists about the site. So let's proceed. So here you can find an outline with the main objectives of today. So the presentation is divided in two. The first one will be remote sensing with the satellite data analysis, and the second part will be with geophysics, which is in fact my specialty, right? So we'll be comparing these two and showing you the integration of both of them, and then we will go to the discussion and conclusions. So let me quickly brief you. So from the satellite, okay, we can obtain a lot of information. And this is extremely important. Why? Because we have massive areas, and in many parts we have zero information, right? We have a massive desert, we have no idea, no clue where things are. So with satellite, we can cover huge areas very quickly, and it can give us an indication about where things could be, where archaeological sites could be buried, right? So we will be using, L-band. So L-band, it means, so when we speak about the electromagnetic spectrum, right, we are choosing just a small, narrow band, which is the band that can penetrate the ground up to 2 meters. Right? So imagine from satellite, we can already see what's underground. And then we will integrate another feature from Worldview 3, which can rapidly assess the other features like vegetation, sand dunes, patterns, so we can really understand all this information. Then we will apply machine learning to detect automatically where these things are, right? The sand dunes and all these features that are underground. And then we can validate these results with already known archaeological sites. Then we can finally investigate the use of neural networks and back algorithms, okay, to improve the accuracy of this detection. Then, on the other side, the geophysical analysis, we will be presenting today. I mean, I'll be presenting the work of our group. In Mutarid, like Malak and Noor were presenting. I can't see them, but I'm sure they're here. Great. And Dr. Peter, of course. So we will be presenting the application of ground-penetrating radar, okay, and we will map the archaeological features to prove that there is continuity of these features, that already we can see them on site. So if there is a wall, we will see if there is continuity, and so on, and we will try to understand what's buried on the other part of the unexplored area. So let's go together. So analysis of satellite data. So this is mostly, everything is explained in that paper from 2023. This is in Saruqa Al Hadid. Obviously, I'm sure you can recognize So here, the satellite data analysis could detect potential archaeological sites, and it could use the already known archaeological sites to verify that this technique using the satellite really works. So then we use something called PCA, Principal Component Analysis, okay, to determine the position of this vegetation, dune pattern recognition, and all these features to ensure that they are not really affecting with the L-band, the one that penetrates. So here, that's the unsupervised classification, and here you'd have the aggregation into different classes. So then we can relate some of these classes with archaeological sites. Here you have an example about the methodology and how it's done. You can go through the paper to have more information. And that's the final result. So initially, you can see here on the left, you can see the field elected sites for archaeological survey that were already Saruk 7 already, it was under exploration, and then on the other side that there was no information at all about any presence of archaeological remains, so the algorithm from the satellite could detect archaeological features there. But the problem here with the satellite is the resolution, right? It can detect, in fact, where things are, but still it's a little bit blurry. But still really good, right? Because we have a vast sand desert, so it can give you an indication. And what do you need after? You need a high-resolution geophysical survey to really provide you the information about the material and the shape of the archaeological remains. There you go. So the example here, I'm presenting Mutarid, as I said before. Why do we need geophysics? Obviously, like I told you, to provide high-resolution images. So what we can see, we can really understand the shape, okay, of the archaeological remains, the material type, and this can really help you, archaeologists, to select the best tool to dig, isn't it? Because if you have no idea what's buried, which kind of tool should you select, right? So that's why we perform these surveys, to help you. So in this area, so Mutarid stays it's placed in the heart of Al Ain, and that's the excavation that was carried out by Dr. Peter's team. So when we continue, we wanted to evaluate if there is continuity of that wall. Can you see that arrow going up and down? So we wanted to check whether this wall is still buried, half tomb, as presented yesterday, right? So obviously we wanted to understand what is on the south part of this area. You'd have the mosque over there, the water channel. So we wanted to see if the water channel goes under the mosque, right? We want to see the continuity of the already existent features. There you go. So we divided the survey into areas, Zone A and Zone B, where Zone A, it's obviously very near to the already exposed features. So we could really verify the continuity of them. And then Zone B, it lays on the south part of the tomb, the Umanar tomb. I'm not an archaeologist, that's what Dr. Peter told us, right? So here you'd have a ground penetrating radar. So have you heard about this, ground penetrating radar, GPR? If not, I will explain it very simple, all right? It's very similar to a sonic sonar, but the sonic sonar works with mechanical waves. This one works with high-frequency electromagnetic waves, right? So this one here, the transmitter and the receiver, are inside of that red box. And at the wheel, you have the odometer. So when you push the antenna, the wheel rotates, and we start recording. You'd have as well the GPS to store the position of the initial point and the final point of each GPR profile. So before going to the acquisition settings, I would like to inform you that this antenna has a center frequency of 500 megahertz. What does it mean, 500 megahertz? In fact, when we work with the GPR, we emit in ultra-wide band, but there is a peak of the electromagnetic spectrum. So this peak is the center frequency. And why is this so important? Because the center frequency has a relationship with the penetration depth. So the higher the frequency, the lower we can penetrate. So before doing an archaeological survey, we should think, until which depth are our anomalies? 3 meters, 4 meters, then we select the frequency, right? So here we selected 500 megahertz center frequency antenna to achieve at 2.5, 3 meters depth. 1001 samples means each measurement has 1,000 points to have a perfect vertical description of the anomalies. Distance interval, 2 centimeters, means I'm pushing my GPR antenna, and every 2 centimeters, and I'm sending and I'm receiving an electromagnetic wave. Imagine how well you can describe these anomalies with a 2 centimeter sampling interval. Antenna separation, this is the distance between the transmitter and the receiver. Signal position and time window, if you'd like to know more about it, you can ask me after the presentation. Here we have surveyed in a mesh kind of array. Why a mesh? Because we need to cross the anomalies in 2 different directions all the time. Why? Because, for example, if I have something like that, okay? If I really want to identify this object, I need to cross it in perpendicular to have a hyperbolic shape, right? If I cross in the same direction, I will see a line which could be a layer, so I really need to cross in both directions. That's why the GPR surveys need to be all the time carried out in 2 different directions. So there you go. Have a quick time lapse, how we did it, zone A and zone B, right? And here you have, after combining all this information, did you see these profiles that I showed you in the figure before? Here I'm showing you this section, right? So this profile is very important to understand the wall continuity. You can see that figure 4B, that's profile 1091, it's crossing the wall, so we really want to verify if this wall exists. And then I will be showing you a perpendicular profile to the previous one. And that's how we see. That's our job as a geophysicist, to provide an interpretation of these images that are called radargrams. So these are vertical sections of the underground, right? And again, the center frequency will not only be related to the depth, but to how your vertical and horizontal resolution. How small can you see? Can you distinguish maybe pottery from a wall, or it will be the same? Right? In this case, we have 15 centimeters horizontal resolution. Means, for example, if you have a pottery that is bigger than 15 centimeters, I can probably see the edges. But if it's smaller than 15 centimeters, I will just see one hyperbola, right? So this is very important when it comes to select the center frequency. Here, what we can understand the presence of the water channel, as I told you before, just right there. You see that's the beginning and the end are marked by hyperbolas. We can see the top of the structure, and we can see definitely a wall. Why do I say it's a wall? Because I see 2 hyperbolas near to each other at the same position, and I have a layer connecting these 2 hyperbolas. Means that it's probably a wall. In this case here, I say that it's a water channel because I see many small hyperbolas inside, which means that the structure is somehow inside. It has some structure, right? So we can really understand this. So when we continue, so let me show you here. So these sections here are related to the eastern part. So it is extremely difficult for you, right, to read this if you are not geophysicists, because this is a vertical analysis, right? Here, this analysis is extremely important to measure the width, for example, and how and the continuity of these anomalies. So we can see several walls. We can see singular anomalies. You see the pink lines on the top. These singular anomalies, they could be small pottery, could be some small stones, okay, that have contrast between the chalk contrast between the rock and the sand surrounding. So now we will go from the vertical sections to the horizontal sections, right? There you are. Is it clearly now? Yeah, it's better, I suppose, than the vertical part. So here we have the first slice. So this slice, it's like imagine you have a cube where you interpolate all your signals, and then you cut your plot into a horizontal slice. And then what can we observe here? Do you remember that water channel I showed you before? Before the mosque, right? So yes, it really continues here. And you can see it on the vertical radiogram, and you can see it in the water channel. Do you remember that interruption of that wall that I told you? Let's see if it continues or not. Yes, it continues. So you can see this is high amplitude of reflection. And here, several other anomalies, right? That could be channels, they could probably be related to agriculture network. Now, let's see these lovely circular anomalies. As an archaeologist, what would you think it could be? Could be many different things, right? But in this case here, if we continue, so if this slice here is at 60 centimeters depth, 60 to 72 centimeters depth, let's see what if we cut the next slice at 1 meter, right? So now from 60 centimeters, we're cutting at 1 meter. Let's see what happens to the shape of these anomalies. Let's see the vertical continuity, all right? So here in this case, we can appreciate that in fact there are these two anomalies that could be not only one wall, but two walls that appear at 1 meter. But before we just, at 60 centimeters, we could just see one wall. This is why it's so important to slice it into different depths, right? Here you'd have other channels that could be circular, and we have the vertical continuity of the structure before detected. And once again, we can see this circular structure, another one on the south, and something, a wall crossing diagonally. So now it's not only circular, we have something crossing in the middle, but we don't really know what it is. So let's continue to see. Now, a last slice, we cut at the bottom. The problem now, like I told you, we are working with high-frequency electromagnetic waves, and they have a very high attenuation. What does it mean? It means when you see deeper, it becomes blurry. The noise increases. We cannot see so accurately like we could see on the upper levels, all right? So you see it's not so clear, isn't it? It's diffuse, it's vague. So, but just to show you if there is any continuity, we see probably what is the vertical extent of that circular, what we call tomb, possibly. It could go up to 2 meters. Here I'm showing you basically a figure that represents a combination of vertical and horizontal slices, so you can really understand the extension. Look at that. That's the water channel I showed you before. You can see how it's extending into the horizontal plane. The same one here for the pits. You can see how it's really the proper geometry. The same thing for the two circular anomalies that could be related to tombs. And can you see these two, this one here, one, that hyperbolas? These are the walls of the tombs. So the walls are identified on the vertical analysis, right? So let's continue. Now, let me show you what happens if we just plot the very high altitude, the very high amplitudes, right? Then we can plot a 3D model of the structures, right? So as you can understand now, we plotted the 20% maximum amplitude of reflection, and we can really see the shape, all right? We can really understand now what is buried underneath. Right, so you see the circular tombs over there, the tombs, right? The possible wall connecting inside. These buildings and these structures could be related to the agriculture system. And that's what we use. That's what we overlay, so that's our slice. Right, so here you can see perfectly, can't you? You can see perfectly the continuity of this wall. You saw that water channel, it goes all the way through, and this area that was completely unexplored, now we can have an image, we can have an idea of the shape. Then it's up to you, the interpretation. So definitely going to the conclusions, so just finishing very quickly. So the results from SAR, from satellite data analysis, can really indicate, or it can predict the position of the archaeological sites. So we can, after, of course, do a geophysical survey. Let me tell you, of course, we use the automatic detection of surface features, so we can see where are the trees or other elements that can really disturb our signal. We use modeling and prediction of back algorithms to increase the accuracy. And so basically in terms of geophysical conclusions, the high-resolution GPR survey could definitely provide a 3D model of the Mutarid site. It's a very beautiful 3D model. We are now printing it on a 3D print, so we can really touch after our 3D model. We are very excited to do it, okay? So we have discovered several anomalies that can be placed into the Bronze Age, Iron Age, and Islamic Age, but Dr. Peter can tell you more about it, I'm sure, right? And then, of course, like any geophysical survey, we do need to carry out verification. Because what we can see shapes, and we can give you the most description, but of course, you are the ones that are responsible for this. So I would like to just acknowledge my colleagues, of course. This is so these are some references. So here, you can go through. If you want to have more information about it, you can ask me. I'll gladly share it with you. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed, because I know you're mostly archaeologists. I hope you find it interesting. So the principal investigator is Dr. Diana Francis. She's the person who manages the projects and gets the permits and everything. And of course, she does scientific supervision, presented by myself. I'm a GPR expert. The authors, Haifa, Sharif, Cosmas, Hosni, Stephen, are mostly working in the satellite part, all right? And then my colleagues, Dr. Moman Ali, Dr. Mohammed Ali, Dr. Peter, Walid as well, and my colleague Mohammed Asim Iqbal were with us in the geophysical survey and in the archaeological survey. Special thanks to His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his unwavering, of course, continuous support. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed.
Brilliant. Well, I think this is a really great panel, actually. Everyone's so different this afternoon, but without further ado, please, Dr. Philip Vaz.
Thank you, team. Thank you, team. Good afternoon, everyone. It seems that will be my responsibility of closing this very interesting conference. I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to talk about Archaeobotany, a bit about Archaeobotany, and as well as our plans for its development in the coming years, not only in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, but hopefully across the whole region. I'll start by making a small introduction about a few key concepts for those who may not yet be familiar with Archaeobotany. Then I'll move on to a very short state of the art in the Arabian Peninsula, and then to our plans for the next few years. So in broad terms, Archaeobotany is an archaeoscience that is dedicated to the study of preserved plant remains found in archaeological contexts. And we can accomplish this by analyzing plant remains along with the archaeological context in which they were discovered, to gain valuable insights into the crucial relationships between past human communities and their environmental settings. And this includes technical and social aspects of plant resource exploitation, human and animal diets, agropastoral production strategies, and indirectly, environmental conditions as vegetation changes over time. But what types of actual plant remains am I referring to? So archaeobotanical remains are generally divided into two groups based on their size, each requiring distinct techniques and methodologies, which I'm not going to go into. And usually they are studied by different specialists. The first and more associated with archaeobotany, the first type of archaeobotanical remains are called macro remains. They are those that are usually, but not always, visible to the naked eye, and include charcoal, preserved wooden remains, analyzed by anthropologists, which is my specialty, and fruits and seeds, which are studied by carpologists. This set of plant evidences is what we usually associate with archaeobotany, as I said. However, there are also other types of remains, micro remains, which include microscopic plant evidences invisible to the naked eye, such as pollen grains from flowering plants, starch grains, silica structures formed by plant tissues called phytoliths, and algae remains called diatoms, most commonly used for aquatic environmental studies. Due to their specificity, these micro-remains are mostly commonly used, studied by biologists and other environmental specialists, not necessarily by archaeologists, such as I am. So for this reason, I'll be focusing from now on specifically on macro-remains rather than micro-remains. So understanding how these plant remains were preserved in our archaeological sites is also of the utmost importance, both for archaeobotany but also for archaeologists. The most common type of preservation is called carbonization, which occurs through the contact with fire. And surprisingly, this is mostly associated with the combustion structures or other contexts where routine fire events took place. However, instances of widespread accidental or intentional fires can also be identified in our archaeological sites. Even though carbonization enables high rates of preservation of plant remains, sometimes in large quantities, it might also introduce interpretative biases, as they will only allow, as this type of preservation only allows plant remains direct or indirectly in contact with fire to be preserved, leaving everything else unpreserved. This is something that archaeobotanists such as me, are aware, but sometimes we choose to forget this for interpretative reasons, but it's a whole different theoretical problem. Other type of preservation remains happens through mineralization, which is a process that occurs when plant remains come into contact with specific chemical compounds, such as those found in latrines, or by the precipitation of metal objects as they deteriorate over time. Sometimes you can still find traces of preserved wood attached to these metal objects, so please be careful when you are clearing them. Because those small fragments of oxidized metal can be pieces of wood. The two remaining most common types of preservation, waterlogging and desiccation, occur in extreme and opposing environmental conditions. As one might expect, the defining factor here is the presence of or absence of water, which inhibits biological agents such as microorganisms, fungi, and insects from degrading plant fibers and structures. Both of these contexts allow for exceptional preservation, not only for plant remains, but for most biological evidence. All these 4 types of preservation can be found during excavations in the UAE. This is something that archaeologists should be mindful of when planning and conducting excavations in the region. Considering the potential that this analysis can provide to our understanding of past human communities, it is of no surprise that archaeobotany was developed as a proper scientific field almost 70 years ago, precisely in Southwest Asia, in the Eastern Mediterranean and in the Middle East. It was here in the 50s that pioneering flotation techniques were invented, which revolutionized the recovery of plant remains. It is still today one of the most studied regions in archaeobotany worldwide, with research teams focusing primarily and obviously on plant domestication, the origins of agriculture, and ancient foodways. However, unfortunately, the same cannot be said about the Southwest Arabian Peninsula. Despite this, the incredible scientific potential and value in a region where plant resources would have been critical to past human communities due to its semi-arid environment, research in this field has been sporadic at best. Over the past 5 decades, no more than 40 publications have originated from this old region. That said, while the field lagged behind for several decades, it has now gained significant momentum, notably by the contributions of several researchers such as Charlene Bouchard, George Wilcox, Margaret Tenberg, and more recently by Vladimir Dabrowski, Lucas Proctor, and Abigail Buffington. Despite the rapid increase in archaeological projects in the last few years, systematic sampling, however, remains inconsistent. In the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, archaeological research was pioneered by Serge Clesiu and by Lorenzo Costantini in the 80s, focusing on the study of seeds, fruits, charcoal, and plant impressions recovered from the Bronze Age site of Iliade. This preliminary analysis revealed a complex agricultural system surrounding the Al Ain oasis since at least the 3rd millennium BCE, categorized by the cultivation of cereals and date palms. As a matter of fact, as we've seen by the presentation of my colleague Dia Al-Tawabi, most of the posterior archaeobotanical publications in the Emirate have precisely been about the presence of date palms, and it's important in several archaeological sites. The 2 most notable of which were the findings of the earliest evidences for date consumption in the Arabian Peninsula, discovered in the islands of Dalma and Marawa, dating back to the 6th to the 5th millennium BCE, and studied by Dr. Mark Beach in the early 2000s and in the late 2010s. Another significant example was identified in a burial site at Ilitomb N in Al Ain, dated to the end of the Human Art period. These finds represent not only the earliest evidence of a foodstuff prepared with date palms, but also one of the few instances of their presence in a funerary context in the ancient Middle East. However, even though extraordinary, these were still occasional finds, as no systematic sampling was being conducted in any of these excavations. Considering these promising results, and almost 25 years after these visionary words by Dr. Mark Beach, this very year, DCT Historical Environment has initiated an ambitious strategy to promote and develop archaeobotanical research in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. And this strategy is supported by 4 main axes. The first of which was the hiring of a full-time archaeobotanist, the first to be permanently based in Arabia. The second was to set up an archaeobotanical laboratory. The third was the creation of sampling and guidelines and protocols to be followed in all excavations taking place in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. And the fourth was to establish collaborations with multiple institutions to acquire and study other types of paleo-environmental data. So after having me on board earlier this year, my first task was to create a fully functional archaeobotanical lab in Al Ain. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first of its kind in the Arabian Peninsula and includes a custom-made flotation area to process large quantities of archaeobotanical samples using an improved version of a flotation machine, which I believe was built by our esteemed host, Dr. Peter McGee, a few years ago. The third pillar involved the creation of guidelines for sampling, recovery, and study of archaeobotanical remains in all archaeological projects in the Emirates. Even though this is still a work in progress, we have agreed to these general rules. A standard volume of at least 10 liters of sediment will be collected from all undisturbed stratigraphical units excavated in our sites, and additional samples may be collected on a case-by-case basis, depending on the type of and size of the context. In situ evidence of charcoal and combustion structures such as fireplaces, kilns, and etc., will be collected in bulk. Larger and clearly visible charcoal fragments should be handpicked to avoid further fragmentation. However, sediment samples from the same layer should still be collected. These samples are going to be stored in geotextile sandbags, as they are cheap, reusable, and easily available. And hard plastic buckets with lids will be used for larger or fragile plant remains. Labels should include as much contextual information as possible, and each sample should be labeled twice, one inside the bag, another outside. The processing of all these samples will be centralized in our new facilities in Al Ain, assuring that they are dealt with following the most appropriate methodologies. In the next few years, we intend to investigate fuel wood selection and fire practices in different types of archaeological contexts, either functional, domestic, or ritual, in more than a dozen sites from all chronologies and in multiple ecologies, not only in the hinterland, but also at the coast, and even in marine environments. We also expect to obtain novel data on agricultural practices and food consumption habits, particularly among the Bronze and Iron Age communities associated with Aflaj irrigation systems, in the surrounding oases of Al Ain, which would help us to consubstantiate some of our still limited knowledge about these archaeological realities. But the last pillar of this development strategy is to integrate archaeobotanical data with other pieces of this puzzle that we call environmental archaeology. We are working to establish formal collaborations with other national and international institutions and researchers to further expand our capacity of obtaining and processing large assemblages of our environmental data that will enable us to better understand the environmental context in which these past communities lived in the region. And these will include organic residue analysis, geoarchaeological studies, phytoliths, sedimentary DNA and ancient DNA analysis, and data from several marine and land cores already obtained or yet to be obtained in ongoing projects. However, this effort only makes sense if it's integrated into a unified approach aimed at advancing archaeobotany and, by extent, archaeology in the UAE. We look forward for developing collaboration with teams in other Emirates, as cooperation is essential to achieving broader understanding of the shared environmental and archaeological history in the region. If there are teams from other Emirates that are interested in working together on the development of similar projects, we will welcome any discussion that might forward archaeobotanical research within the UAE. But the very first step to start all of this is to sample. Not charcoal, not handpick charcoal, because it's only useful for C14, but samples. We need samples. There's no archaeobotanical research without samples. So sampling is the first and most important step. And on this rather hopeful note, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you so much. I'm very short.
No, that's great. Look, come sit down now. Yeah. Okay, that's really fantastic, actually. So please now, can we have all of our speakers up on stage for the Q&A?
Fantastic. So whilst you're thinking of questions, I'll have a cheeky question of my own, actually. I think maybe first to Nigel. I was really interested in your work. I thought these European ceramic imports are really important for this region. They've very often been approached from a chronological point of view by field archaeologists trying to understand their sequences. But what I liked about your presentation was that you brought in the idea of trade routes and thinking about how the Emirates in this period fits into bigger Western Indian Ocean trade connections and how they might be arriving into the country. So I wondered if maybe you could give us a few more of your thoughts about how they're arriving, the role of the Suez Canal, you mentioned that, and yeah, I mean, how does the Emirates fit into the bigger picture?
Yeah, it's like the next kind of big question, I think, for it. We know, for example, that the British exported all their pottery originally to Bombay, now Mumbai, and there are examples with from Pountney's in Bristol with the stencil crescent moon, which was, it's got the mark of the pottery, Pountney's in Bristol, but it also has the agent, and it's a name of an individual in Bombay. You have similar things written on the back of the Maastricht wares as well. Similar kind of sort of, it's Javanese script. Seth, what does it say? Is that's nothing to do with, it's also in Agent, isn't it? Is that right? Do we know? Is it? Okay. Oh, it's a different topic. Yeah. So we know, like for the British, definitely they're doing it they're doing it via Bombay. It's where this materials come from. There's no. Don't think there's any kind of accident that all the records for the trucial states, for the Foreign Office and so on, all exist in the India Office records in the National Archives, and that's because, of course, you know, the control of the trucial states was done from obviously from India originally, and then from Bashir in Persia after the 1940s or 50s, I think, or something like that. Now, how the Maastricht wares got here, and the other sort of the French and the Italian pottery is really kind of the next sort of big question, really, for it. Was it something whereby it was on the way to Indonesia and the Javanese and the sort of the Dutch markets, or was it directly traded? Was it directly traded together with other commodities? Just don't know yet. That's the kind of the next big thing, I think. Yes.
Brilliant. Well, let's you come back and present your research at another opportunity. Do we have any other questions in the audience? Hang on, let's just, okay. One up here with Malak. Oh, sorry. Go for Malak first, actually, because okay. So we'll have 2 pottery questions in a row. Go on, Mr. Seth.
Thank you. No, my question is for Philip. Yeah, really interesting that you're setting up this protocol and this huge research. Now, I was wondering, you talked about the kind of sampling bias in there, and the fact that these are carbonized remains, plant remains carbonized through the action of cooking and so on around a fire. I was wondering, are there other biases in there? Are there certain plants that are going to carbonize more effectively and therefore remain? Are there some food plants that would be widely used but wouldn't be preserved in that form, if you see what I mean?
Well, as I said, it depends. It depends on the types of macro remains that we're talking about. If we're talking about charcoal remains, there's the problem of fragmentation. Some species, depending on the anatomical characteristics of certain types of wood, tend to fragment more than others. So this will create biases in our results. So we will have we will have a lot of charcoal from one specific species, but that doesn't necessarily mean that species was the one most collected in the surrounding of the site. So there's the bias about fragmentation. The other for fruits and seeds, the main problem is, like I was saying, only a certain number of species come into contact with fire. So if those species are not in contact with fire, they will not be preserved, and we will have a rather skewed vision of the types of crops or foodstuff that they were eating. But this is something that, like I was saying, some archaeobotanists, we have no way to deal with this. And sometimes we tend to go to the immediate, to what the data tell us immediately, and we tend to forget what's invisible in those data. And there's no way to see, there's no way to know what's invisible there. But this is something that we need to be careful of. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so Malak.
Hi. Thank you all for your presentations. I have a question for Dr. Sonia. So I understand that the results from both of the surveys that you have shown are produced in raster images. So basically, since you have described that you have validated the vertical and horizontal results, could you please elaborate on the techniques or mechanisms you have used? Was it like manual validation for the points, or did you use any kind of softwares or scripts? Like, I'm interested to know how this have happened.
Thank you so much for your question. Basically, western part of the survey, we used the already existent structures, right, to verify the continuity. So it was easy because you can see it has the same shape, the same width, etc. Right? In the eastern area, we had obviously the help of Dr. Peter. So we compare the geometry of the structures with the nearby structures that we researched, and we try to somehow relate them. But of course, you need verification, you need excavation to verify that. I hope I answered to your question.
Do you allow me to go back to the other question? There's another set. There's another type of bias that I forgot it, and it's the most important. It's the bias of archaeologists sampling in the field. I'm convinced. I'm not going to question the importance of dates as a food staple, but I'm fairly convinced that most of these extraordinary findings of dates in the last few decades only happen because dates are big, they are noticeable on the site, and archaeologists are able to know them, to identify them in the sand and collect them. Most 99% of the carpological remains, fruits and seeds, are so small that they are impossible to notice with your eye, and you have to. That's why I was stressing the importance of collecting samples. Ficus carica seeds, fig seeds, are about 0.2 millimeters in size. So it's completely impossible to see them in the field. That's why we should always strive to collect samples, sediment samples, not unpicked charcoal or unpicked evidences.
Brilliant. Very thorough. Thank you. Okay, I can see two hands up. So first of all, maybe the lady here in the sort of upper left of the audience.
Thanks. Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question to Dr. Sonia as well. So a few weeks back, we just conducted a test, pilot test in Jazirat Al Hamra using the GPR. Few anomalies were pointed out. So we just set up the soundings, and unfortunately our excavation did not confirm any of it. How do you think what's happened?
Well, to answer to that question, I'll need to review the data. I'll need to review the data because the way, like the antenna that it was used and the processing. Because, well, of course, it depends which kind of antenna, and as well the ground conditions can really affect the way you see. So, for example, when you survey in a salty place, so the data quality is very poor. Because what happens, the electromagnetic waves, when they touch the salt, instead of going down, they just go all the way horizontally, and then you lose the signal. So if your remains are imbibed into a salty environment, you will probably not see them. But yeah, we'll be happy to review the data if required. Thank you.
Okay, and I see we've got Dr. Mark here ready to ask a question.
Hi, thank you to all the speakers for great talks. I had a question for Felipe. It's more about the strategy, and I'm so happy that you are archaeobotanists now working here. Congratulations on setting up the laboratory, and thanks to TCT for that support. As you know, I'm with the Natural History Museum. We're just finishing construction of our laboratories, so we hope to be on the list of collaborators with you, and indeed with other archaeology departments in the other Emirates as well, because it's very important to have reference material, to have herbarium collections, seed collections, and so we're going to start establishing that. My question to you was about the strategy. You showed the difference between macro remains and micro remains. You made the important point about archaeologists only recognizing macro remains. I wondered in the strategy if we should be concentrating more on micro remains and the importance of phytoliths, because often we find little, you can float thousands and thousands of liters, and we've tried, in many of our Neolithic sites to process material, and we get comparatively little. I remember the paper by Mark Nesbitt, who did Archaeobotany in SAR, and in that article in Arabian Archaeology and Epigraphy, he says how many thousands and thousands of liters he processed from SAR and ended up with, I think it was 25 grams or something of archaeobotanical remains after really processing tons of material. But with micro remains, you have the phytoliths. Phytoliths survive much better. So my question to you was, I think it's going to be very important to concentrate on phytoliths, and has there been much research on phytoliths, people trying to study them in the Gulf region? Because there's one or two papers. Phytoliths might help us to detect early evidence for date exploitation as well, because they have very distinctive phytoliths. So just what your thoughts are on prioritizing in your sampling strategy, maybe on your processing strategies. You need to find someone to do a PhD basically on phytoliths in the Gulf, of doing all the phytolith atlas of Arabian plants, really.
You are definitely right, yes. And I've had throughout these last few months exactly that experience. Several samples that I've been processing from Gaga Island. 95% were completely sterile. The only way of knowing if any sample is rich or not is by processing, and it's always a mystery until you actually do it. But that's the point of preservation. The problem of preservation regarding archaeobotanical material is precisely what you've said, and that's why we need to rely on other proxies of environmental data, such as the ones that I've mentioned, and phytoliths are definitely ones that we'll be looking to have a formal collaborator or a memorandum of understanding with some. I have already a few researchers in my mind, but this is something that we'll be trying to accomplish in the next few years. Yeah, but the process of sampling, it's something that I'm not entirely familiar. It's not my specialty, so that's why we have. But we have this intention. It's been planned. Yes.
Okay, great. I mean, I don't see any other hands up. There is. Yes, Noor. Up here, yep.
Christian first.
Okay.
Yeah.
The lights are super bright.
Thank you. Yes. I just wanted to give a comment because you said you're the first professional setup of flotation, which is not true. We have since 25 years in Ras Al Khaimah professional setup of flotation, which was first used in the excavations in Kush from 1998 to 2005. And the results are with Margrethe Tenneberg, and they will be published soon. And just recently, I don't know if you have been here yesterday, results have been presented by Lloyd Weeks, again, thanks to the flotation of the material.
I was actually referring to the combination of an archaeobotanical laboratory plus the flotation area, but it's...
Yeah, true. But the second part of the question is because the specialists were now flotating the material were also in between trying dry sieving, because it seems to be that there are sometimes the results are a little bit different from wet sieving like you do with the flotation. Do you do both, or do you really see the environments in which you would prefer one or the other?
I will actually be planning, since we're collecting so many samples from the same contexts, I'm actually planning on doing some experimentations and to try the results from both types of processing methodologies. I'm always a little bit uneasy about the dry sieving because of the possible fragmentation, further fragmentation of a type of remains that is already fragile. But this is something, because I have so many samples, because we will be having so many samples, this is something that I will try, that I intend to test both type of processing from the same context, from the same samples, so I can test what is best. Yeah.
Okay, great. I think we'll have the last question from Noor, and then we'll move to the closing remarks.
Thank you all for the amazing presentations. My question is for Nigel. You mentioned that your catalog is based on the Al Qawain and Ras Al Khaimah museums pottery. Is there any plans to expand to the rest of the Emirates?
Yeah, I mean, Hello. Yeah, we just basically couldn't do everything, so we fully catalogued everything from those two collections, but we also went round all the other museums as well in Ajman and Sharjah as well, and looked at the pottery which they had displayed there. We didn't catalogue it or handle it or anything like that. You know, just went around and kind of, you know, made notes of where it was stored, what the general composition of the material was, and so on. And we will use that as a kind of, you know, benchmark then for if we want to do further work, we can demonstrate, for example, that there's still this, like, you know, material in the other museums and heritage settings in the Emirates, which should be catalogued, yeah. So, yeah, yes, I think is the answer. We'd love to. There's 2 or 3 big questions from doing the work in general, but that is, you know, in terms of like more stuff, then yes, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so I think we should all thank our speakers. I think you'll all agree we saved the best to last today. Then I think I'll hand over now for some closing remarks from photographs.
I am Nasra Al-Bu'alain. I'm the Director of Learning and Public Engagement at Zayed National Museum. As we are coming to the end of 2 days filled with a great lineup of rich presentations and exciting discoveries, it is a great moment for us to reflect on the importance of platforms like this that brings brilliant minds from local and international institutions working together to unearth the rich history of the United Arab Emirates. It was truly inspiring seeing the dedication everyone brought to their research and the continuous efforts to collaborate together to find answers and ask daring questions that bring them closer to discover the unlimited resource of human ingenuity. Echoing Dr. Peter McGee's remark in his opening remarks, when he said that communities in the UAE were aware of the antiquities of this land, and that civilizations lived here for thousands of years, connecting with the wider world through long-distance trade. This public knowledge is what drove the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, Allah yarhamah, to invite archaeologists to Al Ain in 1959. Since then, a rich collective history of the UAE has been discovered, documented, researched, questioned, and shared. This year, the Archaeology Conference celebrated these 65 years. In this richness, which extends to prehistoric time, the Zayed National Museum is committed to share with the world through specialized events like this one, through scholarly publications, and through engaging programs when the museum opens. Please allow me to express my gratitude to the team who worked behind the scene to bring this great event together. From the Learning and Public Engagement Department, our special public events team, Aisha Al-Janebi, Mayth Al-Mansouri, Rashid Al-Suwaidi. Thank you for all the tireless work and dedicated attention you have given to all the details to bring this event together. It's truly remarkable. From the publication team, Pascal El-Fadi and her team, thank you for your effort to bring together the archaeology proceeding publication from last year's event, 2023. And for all of you who are interested, it will be available soon to be ordered online, and we'll be sending notification to all the attendees and the speakers to notify you when it's ready. Special thanks also to the marketing colleagues, the marketing and communication department and Zayed National Museum, the institutional and international affairs, and the director's office for all their support. Special thanks to Dr. Peter McGee. Thank you for the tremendous support you give to everyone. Your vision and your guidance is truly inspiring. Lastly, I would like to thank our speakers for sharing their valuable research, and for our colleagues and partners, institutions from across the UAE for being part of this event. And special thanks also to our colleagues from Louva Abu Dhabi for hosting us this year. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a true pleasure to host you in these 2 days, and we look forward to welcome you next year in the Seminar of Arabian Studies in Zayed National Museum. Thank you very much.